Yeah.
If you could do Erdogan.
There's already two or three waiting. Suriname and Libya, head of state. No, he's not in this.
It is your reception.
Andrew, can you drop down for a second? Yep. Thanks.
Sveio.
Let's vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, very nice to meet you. Yes, congratulations. Very warm regards. Alina Pavel. Thank you very much.
By the time you move,
President of Yemen.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome. Fine, thank you very much. Please. Amina Mohamed, the Deputy Secretary General. Thank you very much.
Captain Richard of San Marino.
Nice to meet you again. Welcome, the Deputy Secretary General.
so they're kind of waiting at the door, the next people, so now they walk off, the next people are coming in.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, enchanté de vous avoir entre nous et mes salutations cordiales et respectueuses à Sa Majesté. Bonjour. Secrétaire général adjoint, plutôt. Merci, merci.
I know.
Oh, wonderful to have you with us again. I see that you are distributing your book.
Well, I have a wonderful friend of mine.
Good morning, Excellency. How are
Good
you?
to see you,
And you as well.
Princess Ali.
He just created a new concept,
Yes, what is it?
respect.
Ah, respect.
It's a beautiful engagement. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Respect is
Thank you.
Secretary General,
Very nice to have you with us.
thank you for receiving so many people.
The Deputy Secretary General. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Samoa.
Very much welcome. Very much welcome. No. Oh, it's very kind of you. Welcome. It's an enormous pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, Secretary General.
Very good to see you. Yes, we have. Wonderful to see you.
Thank you very much.
This is the whole thing. So you stand at the center of the
Prime Minister Grenada.
Very nice to meet you. We have now one of your compatriots in taking care of the world climate. So I was very impressed by your intervention in the CARICOM summit. So you are very much welcome. That's Secretary General.
You want to stay photograph?
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Vice President of Tanzania.
Very, very nice to have you with us, the Deputy Secretary General. Warm regards to Madam President.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you, Excellency.
And all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
President of
Good
Suriname.
morning, Secretary General.
I think we've met.
Yes, we met already. And every
Oh,
time
nice to
I
have
see
you.
you, I
Then
can
Secretary General,
feel
please.
your warmth of coming to Suriname.
I'm delighted to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much. All the
for
best.
the
Thank you.
support. Okay, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Welcome. Tutto bene? Tutto bene? Please convey to His Holiness my very, very warm and respectful regards. The Deputy Secretary General. And I'm so glad that you've come.
Yes, I said after 2 years of absence.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you.
All the best. Yes, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
President of Estonia.
Very nice to have you with us. Welcome. Welcome. The Deputy Secretary General. Please. I hope that time will allow me. This has been a nightmare. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Minister of Foreign Affairs of Zimbabwe.
Honorable Minister, nice to see you again. And please warm regards to the President. We know the Deputy Secretary General. Ah, very well. The Deputy Secretary General.
Yes, how are you? It's good to see you again. How's everyone else? See you later.
Hungary.
Welcome. Very nice to have you with us. All the best. You know the Deputy Secretary General. Let's have a photo. Warm regards to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Bienvenido. Desde ayer. Va a ser la secretaria general. Muchas gracias.
Bonjour madame, enchanté. Juste une phrase, on a inauguré le nouveau palais des nations.
Excellent.
Bon travail.
Oh, since yesterday, I think, the day before yesterday. That's it. Meeting in Suriname.
Yes, yes.
You know the Deputy Secretary General, of course, and I'll be saying some terrible things about the outcome. Hope to count on your support.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Oh, really? They knew you?
After my visit and thank you very much for your wonderful hospitality. When the Deputy Secretary General,
I'm happy to see you again, Mr. General Secretary, and my brother.
it is true. That's what we have agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you. All the best.
Le patron va pas tarder à arriver ici. Les autres sont déjà là-haut.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's an enormous pleasure to receive you. Enormous admiration.
Président du Kyrgyzstan. Secrétaire général, je suis content de vous voir. Ça fait plaisir.
It's a great pleasure to have you with us. Welcome to New York.
Я тоже очень рад
We
вас
count on you during this week.
Добро пожаловать в ООН.
Andrew, step down. Thanks. You're good. Thank you. Free spray?
Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Qué gusto vernos.
Sí, 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 sí.
President of Malawi, the First Lady of Malawi, and the Foreign Minister of Malawi.
Warm welcome. It's an enormous pleasure to have you with us.
Come on.
President
Executive board.
That would look cool.
Then by mistake, they went back.
Efforts here to bring justice. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Monsieur le Président, comment allez-vous? Ça va bien? Toujours un grand plaisir de vous voir. Vous connaissez notre secrétaire général adjoint.
Up to you. She can talk to media if she wants. Yeah. Yeah. And then the... Which official is it again? Foreign Minister. Yeah. And then I think there's a Minister for Climate. Ask him actually. He will...
been going through your country all the time. Thank you very much for all the support. And, thank you very much for all the support.
Recreation here is just that's a very good tool.
Over there. Yeah.
And say the right things. Then Secretary General. And wonderful to work.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much.
Not in Mexico, but we try. Yes, I understand. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye.
No, Paraguay?
How many times do I have to tell you? Please, please.
Full length of fashion.
nobody's crossing. Sorry.
Same for me. My cousin is
After you.
Big one here. But Denmark. How many Danish people are here? Yeah. Go. Run, guys. Jeez. No, I just mean like. No, but we have like already an agreement with him, and he's a top here. That's why.
They would have been together.
I don't think so.
What's the latest out of Ukraine?
Yeah, that's a nice suit, man.
They're just asking everybody? Just throwing it out there. You're like, I don't know. I've never been. Yeah, right. NATO.
Oh, right. here.
Step back a little bit, please. Behind the line. Behind the line.
Mr. Kulaba. Mr. Kulaba.
Why stand there? Australia. Australia. Jeez, once you got it, you can all leave.
That was a carnival.
Too soon. Hello.
Estamos de poslední around.
Thank you.
still waiting. Yeah. Morning, everyone.
Morning. What's the latest on Ukraine?
Lots of work to do keeping everyone together. Nice job. Guys, out of the way. Morning. Yeah. It's fine. You're out? Yeah.
What's that? Table?
Okay, I have your team member, but there's not space. So once there's space, we'll bring her down. Okay.
Lots of space right here.
Oh. Good point. Yeah, good point. Hi.
Monsieur le Président. Merci.
What's the message to the world?
Not gathering until they take the it has to be harder.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Delegates are kindly requested to take their seats.
looks like you have to come and a party.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by the attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing the meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the third and fourth balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. Before proceeding to the general debate, as announced in the journal, the General Assembly will hear an introduction by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization, under agenda item 113, in accordance with the resolution 51/241 and notwithstanding of provisions in decision 77/504. We shall proceed accordingly. Now I give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in big trouble. Divides are growing deeper, inequalities are growing wider, and challenges are spreading farther. But as we come together in a world teeming with turmoil, an image of promise and hope comes to my mind. This ship is the brave commander. It sailed the Black Sea with UN flag flying high and proud. On one hand, what you see is a vessel like any other plying the seas. But look closer. At its essence, this ship is a symbol of what we can accomplish when we act together. It is loaded with Ukrainian grain destined for the people of the Horn of Africa, millions of whom are on the edge of famine. It navigated through a war zone, guided by the very parties to the conflict, as part of an unprecedented comprehensive initiative to get more food and fertilizer out of Ukraine and Russia, to bring desperately needed relief to those in need, to calm commodity markets, secure future harvests, and lower prices for consumers everywhere. Ukraine and the Russian Federation, with the support of Turkey, came together to make it happen, despite the enormous complexities, the naysayers, and even the hell of war. Some might call it a miracle on the sea. In truth, it is multilateral diplomacy in action. The Black Sea Grain Initiative has opened the pathway for the safe navigation of dozens of ships filled with much-needed food supplies. But each ship is also carrying one of today's rarest commodities, hope. Excellencies, we need hope, and more, we need action. To ease the global food crisis, we now must urgently address the global fertilizer market crunch. This year, the world has enough food. The problem is distribution.
But if the fertilizer market is not stabilized, next year's problem might be food supply itself. We already have reports of farmers in West Africa and beyond cultivating fewer crops because of the price or lack of availability of fertilizers. It is essential to continue removing all remaining obstacles to the export of Russian fertilizers and their ingredients, including ammonia. These products are not subject to sanctions, and we will keep up our efforts to eliminate indirect effects. Another major concern is the impact of high gas prices on the production of nitrogen fertilizers, and these must also be addressed seriously. Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly morph into a global food shortage. Excellencies, we need action across the board. Let's have no illusions. We are in rough seas. A winter of global discontent is on the horizon. A cost of living crisis is raging, trust is crumbling, inequalities are exploding, and our planet is burning. People are hurting, with the most vulnerable suffering the most. The United Nations Charter and the ideals it represents are in jeopardy. We have a duty to act, and yet we are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. The international community is not ready or willing to tackle the big, dramatic challenges of our age. This crisis threatens the very future of humanity and the fate of our planet. Crises like the war in Ukraine and the multiplication of conflicts around the globe, climates like the climate emergency and biodiversity loss, crises like the dire financial situation of developing countries and the fate of the Sustainable Development Goals, and crises like the lack of guardrails around promising new technologies to heal disease, connect people, and expand opportunity. In just the time since I became Secretary General, a tool has been developed to edit genes. Neurotechnology, connecting technology with the human nervous system, has progressed from idea to proof of concept. Cryptocurrencies and other blockchain technologies are widespread, but across a host of new technologies there is a forest of red flags. Social media platforms based on a business model that monetizes outrage, anger, and negativity are causing untold damage to communities and societies. Hate speech, misinformation, and abuse, targeted especially at women and vulnerable groups, are proliferating. Our data is being bought and sold to influence our behavior, while spyware and surveillance are out of control, all with no regard for privacy. Artificial intelligence can compromise the integrity of information systems, the media, and indeed democracy itself. Quantum computing could destroy cybersecurity and increase the risk of malfunctions to complex systems. We don't have the beginnings of a global architecture to deal with any of these. Excellencies, progress on these issues and more is being held hostage by geopolitical tensions. Our world is in peril and paralyzed. Geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, undermining international law, undermining trust and people's faith in democratic institutions, undermining all forms of international cooperation. We cannot go on like this. Even the various groupings set up outside the multilateral system by some members of the international community have fallen into the trap of geopolitical divides, like in the G20. At one stage, international relations seemed to be moving towards a G2 world. Now we risk ending up with a G-nothing. No cooperation, no dialogue, no collective problem solving. But the reality is that we live in a world where the logic of cooperation and dialogue is the only path forward. No power or group alone can call the shots. No major global challenge can be solved with a coalition of the willing. We need a coalition of the world.
Excellencies, today I want to outline 3 areas where the coalition of the world must urgently overcome divisions and act together. It starts with a core mission of the United Nations, achieving and sustaining peace. Much of the world's attention remains focused on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The war has unleashed widespread destruction, with massive violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The latest reports on burial sites in Izium are extremely disturbing. The fighting has claimed thousands of lives, millions have been displaced, billions across the world are affected. We are seeing the threat of dangerous divisions between West and South. The risks to global peace and security are immense. We must keep working for peace in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. At the same time, conflicts and humanitarian crises are spreading, often far from the spotlight. The funding gap for a global humanitarian appeal stands at $32 billion, the widest gap ever. Upheaval abounds. In Afghanistan, the economy is in ruins. Over half of all Afghans face extreme levels of hunger, while human rights, particularly the rights of women and girls, are being trampled. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, armed groups in the east are terrorizing civilians and inflaming regional tensions. In the Horn of Africa, an unprecedented drought is threatening the lives and livelihoods of 22 million people. In Ethiopia, fighting has resumed, underscoring the need for the parties to immediately cease hostilities and return to the peace table. In Haiti, gangs are destroying the very building blocks of society. In Libya, divisions continue to jeopardize the country. In Iraq, ongoing tensions threaten stability. In Israel and Palestine, cycles of violence under the occupation continue as prospects for peace based on a two-state solution grow ever more distant. In Myanmar, the appalling humanitarian, human rights, and security situation is deteriorating by the day. In the Sahel, alarming levels of insecurity and terrorist activity amidst rising humanitarian needs continue to grow. In Syria, violence and hardship still prevail. The list goes on. Meanwhile, nuclear saber-rattling and threats to the safety of nuclear plants are adding to global instability. The Review Conference of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty failed to reach consensus, and a nuclear deal with Iran remains elusive. But there are some glimmers of hope. In Yemen, the nationwide truce is fragile but holding. In Colombia, the peace process is taking root. We need much more concerted action everywhere anchored in respect for international law and the protection of human rights. In a splintering world, we need to create mechanisms of dialogue and mediation to heal divides. This is why I outlined elements of a new agenda for peace in my report on our common agenda. We are committed to make the most of every diplomatic tool for the pacific settlement of disputes as set out in the United Nations Charter: negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and judicial settlement. Excellencies, women's leadership and participation must be front and center, and we must also prioritize prevention and peace building. That means strengthening strategic foresight, anticipating flashpoints that could erupt into violence, and tackling emerging threats posed by cyber warfare and lethal autonomous weapons. It means also expanding the role of regional groups, strengthening peacekeeping, intensifying disarmament and non-proliferation, preventing and countering terrorism, and ensuring accountability. And it means recognizing human rights as pivotal for prevention. My call to action on human rights highlights the centrality of human rights, refugee, and humanitarian law. In all we do, we must recognize that human rights are the path to resolving tensions, ending conflict, and forging lasting peace.
Excellencies, there is another battle we must end, our suicidal war against nature. The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time, and it must be the first priority of every government and multilateral organization. And yet, climate action is being put on the back burner, despite overwhelming public support around the world. Global greenhouse gas emissions need to be slashed by 45% by 2030 to have any hope of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. And yet, emissions are going up at record levels, on course to a 14% increase this decade. We have a rendezvous with climate disaster. I recently saw it with my own eyes in Pakistan, where 1/3 of the country is submerged by a monsoon on steroids. We see it everywhere. Planet Earth is a victim of scorched earth policies. The past year has brought us Europe's worst heat wave since the Middle Ages. Mega drought in China, the United States and beyond. Famine stalking the Horn of Africa. 1 million species at risk of extinction. No region is untouched. And we ain't seen nothing yet. The hottest summers of today may be the coolest summers of tomorrow. Once-in-a-lifetime climate shocks may soon become once-a-year events. And with every climate disaster, we know that women and girls are the most affected. The climate crisis is a case study in moral and economic injustice. The G20 emits 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions. But the poorest and most vulnerable, those who contributed least to this crisis, are bearing its most brutal impacts. Meanwhile, the fossil fuel industry is feasting on hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies and windfall profits, while households' budgets shrink and our planet burns. Excellencies, let's tell it like it is. Our world is addicted to fossil fuels, and it's time for an intervention. We need to hold fossil fuel companies and their enablers to account. And that includes the banks, private equity, asset managers, and other financial institutions that continue to invest and underwrite carbon pollution. It includes the massive public relations machine raking in billions to shield the fossil fuel industry from scrutiny. Just as they did for the tobacco industry decades before, lobbyists and spin doctors have spewed harmful misinformation. Fossil fuel interests need to spend less time averting a PR disaster and more time averting a planetary one. Of course, fossil fuels cannot be shut down overnight. A just transition means leaving no person or country behind. But it's high time to put fossil fuel producers, investors, and enablers on notice. Polluters must pay. And today I'm calling on all developed economies to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Those funds should be redirected in two ways: to countries suffering loss and damage caused by the climate crisis, and to people struggling with rising food and energy prices. As you heard to the COP27 UN Climate Conference in Egypt, I appeal to all leaders to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. Lift your climate ambition. Listen to your people's calls for change. Invest in solutions that lead to sustainable economic growth. And let me point to three. First, renewable energy. It generates 3 times more jobs. It's already cheaper than fossil fuels, and it's the best way to energy security, stable prices, and new industries. But developing countries need help to make this shift, including through international coalitions to support just energy transitions in key emerging economies. Second, helping countries adapt to worsening climate shocks. Resilience building in developing countries is a smart investment in a reliable supply chains, regional stability, and orderly migration. Last year in Glasgow, developed countries agreed to double adaptation funding by 2025. These must be delivered in full as a starting point. At minimum, adaptation must make up half of all climate finance. And multilateral development banks must step up and deliver. Major economies are their shareholders and must make it happen. Third, addressing loss and damage for disasters. It's high time to move beyond endless discussions. Vulnerable countries need meaningful action. Loss and damage are happening now, hurting people and economies now, and must be addressed now, starting at COP27. This is a fundamental question of climate justice, international solidarity, and trust. And at the same time, we must make sure that every person, community, and nation has access to effective early warning systems within the next 5 years. And we must address the biodiversity crisis by making the December UN Biodiversity Conference a success. The world must agree on a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, one that sets ambitious targets to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, provides adequate financing, and eliminates harmful subsidies that destroy ecosystems on which we all depend. And I also urge you to intensify efforts to finalize an international legally binding agreement to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity. We must protect the ocean now and for the future. Excellencies, the climate crisis is coming on top of other heavy weather. A once-in-a-generation global cost of living crisis is unfolding, turbocharged by the war in Ukraine. Some 94 countries, home to 1.6 billion people, many in Africa, face a perfect storm. Economic and social fallout from the pandemic, soaring food and energy prices, crushing debt burdens, spiraling inflation, and the lack of access to finance. These cascading crises are feeding on each other, compounding inequalities, creating devastating hardship, delaying the energy transition, and threatening global financial meltdown. Social unrest is inevitable, with conflict not far behind. And it doesn't have to be this way. A world without extreme poverty, want, or hunger is not an impossible dream. It is within reach. This is the world envisaged by the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. But it is not the world we seem to have chosen. Because of our collective decisions, sustainable development everywhere is at risk. The SDGs are issuing an SOS. Even the most fundamental goals on poverty, hunger, and education are going into reverse. More people are poor, more people are hungry, more people are being denied health care and education. Gender equality is going backwards, and women's lives are getting worse, from poverty to choices around sexual and reproductive health to their personal security. Excellencies, developing countries are getting hit from all sides, and we need concerted action. Today, I'm calling for the launch of an SDG stimulus led by the G20 to massively boost sustainable development for developing countries. The upcoming G20 summit in Bali is the place to start. This SDG stimulus has 4 components. First, multilateral development banks, the World Bank, and regional counterparts must increase concessional funding to developing countries linked to investments in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the banks themselves need more finance immediately. And then they need to lift their borrowing conditions and increase their appetite for risk so the funds reach all countries in need. Developing countries, particularly small island developing states, face too many obstacles in accessing the finance they need to invest in their people and their future. Second, debt relief. The debt service suspension initiative should be extended and enhanced. But we also need an effective mechanism of debt relief for developing countries, including middle-income countries in debt distress. Creditors should consider debt reduction mechanisms, such as debt climate adaptation swaps. And this could have saved lives and livelihoods in Pakistan, which is drowning not only in floodwater, but in debt. Lending criteria should go beyond gross domestic product and include all the dimensions of vulnerability that affect developing countries. Third, an expansion of liquidity. I urge the International Monetary Fund and major central banks to expand their liquidity facilities and currency lines immediately and significantly. Special drawing rights play an important role in enabling developing countries to invest in recovery and the SDGs. But they were distributed according to existing quotas, benefiting those who need them least. We have been waiting for a reallocation for 19 months, and the amounts we hear about are minimal. A new allocation of special drawing rights must be handled differently, based on justice and solidarity with developing countries. Fourth, I call on governments to empower specialized funds like Gavi, the Global Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. G20 economies should underwrite an expansion of these funds as additional financing for the SDGs. Excellencies, let me be clear. The SDG stimulus I'm proposing is essential, but it is only an interim measure. Today's global financial system was created by rich countries to serve their interests many decades ago. It expands and entrenches inequalities. It requires deep structural reform. And my report on our common agenda proposes a new global deal to rebalance power and resources between developed and developing countries. African countries in particular are underrepresented in global institutions. I hope member states will seize the opportunity to turn these ideas into concrete solutions, including at the Summit of the Future in 2024. Excellencies, the divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. It is at the root of geopolitical tensions and lack of trust that poison every area of global cooperation, from vaccines to sanctions to trade. But by acting as one, we can nurture fragile shoots of hope. The hope found in climate and peace activists around the world, calling out for change and demanding better of their leaders. The hope found in young people working every day for a better, more peaceful future. The hope found in women and girls leading and fighting for those still being denied their basic human rights. The hope found throughout civil society seeking ways to build more just and equal communities and countries. And the hope found in science and academia racing to stay ahead of deadly diseases and then the COVID-19 pandemic. The hope found in humanitarian heroes rushing to deliver life-saving aid around the world. The United Nations stands with them all. We know lofty ideals must be made real in people's lives, so let's develop common solutions to common problems, grounded in goodwill, trust, and the rights shared by every human being. Let's work as one, a coalition of the world, as United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, friends, the world needs solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science. Solutions because we have drafted many treaties, set excellent goals, yet have taken too little action. We need solidarity because inequalities have reached record heights. We need sustainability because we owe it to our children to leave behind a livable world. We need science because it offers us neutral evidence for our actions. My sincere gratitude goes to all member states, especially to Hungary and the Eastern European Group for giving me the mandate to turn this motto into reality. Excellencies, we gather today at the most consequential moment of the last 4 decades. Des chaleurs extrêmes aux inondations dévastatrices.
Extreme flooding, extreme heat, climate change is shared by our communities. Our consumption and our means of production are tearing our planet apart from the earth to the sky. We are living in an ongoing state of humanitarian crisis.
أكثر من 300 مليون شخص في حال.
More than 300 million people urgently need humanitarian assistance and protection. And this is an increase of 10% since last January. The world food crisis has reached an alarming level because of climate change, conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic.
الأشهر الستة الماضية دفع تضخم أسعار الغذاء والطاقة.
The food and the energy crisis have pushed at least 70 million people into poverty. Inflation, in the meantime, is at the highest level over the past 40 years. 1/4 of the entire population of the planet is living in conflict areas, in areas where armed hostilities take place or where there is political instability. Violence has rarely been as harsh throughout the world before.
Have imagined that war would return to Europe, that the nuclear threat would be back in political discourse to settle a dispute with a neighbor. It has been 203 days since the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the military aggression against Ukraine. Unfortunately, the bloodshed and the suffering have not stopped yet. In that time, the United Nations, as we heard, and its partners have offered food and shelter to millions of refugees from that country. A landmark agreement on commercial grain exports from the world's best breadbasket offers hope. Diplomacy is at work to release fertilizers so that the shortage we see today do not become the famines of the next year. UN nuclear inspectors are at one of Europe's key nuclear sites, preventing a possible catastrophe. Excellencies, the theme of our 77th General Debate is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. I stand in solidarity with the people of Pakistan, where devastating floods washed away hundreds of villages. You have seen the heart-wrenching scenes of devastation. This can be a window into our future. However, in tackling climate change, we have the solutions. These are rooted in the advancement we have made in science cooperation and climate diplomacy. But we have to want to put them in practice. The International Panel on Climate Change has proven an invaluable tool for supporting political decisions to combat climate change and to adapt to its consequences. We should consider replicating its success in the areas of water, energy, food, and biodiversity. This would give us a universally accepted scientific foundation for action. Once this high-level week is over, I plan to launch a series of consultations with the scientific community, asking them to help us, bringing the knowledge from microphones, from microscopes to microphones. The 77th session of the General Assembly will be key to preparing the SDG Summit in 2023 and the Summit of the Future in 2024. Next year, we will assess SDG 6 at the UN Water Conference, the first since 1977. This call could not be more urgent. Water is set to be the next major driver of conflict worldwide. The problem of water is threefold: too much, not enough, not safe. We have the chance to make a difference in the lives of 2.1 billion people who lack access to clean water. Let us cooperate to make the Water Action Agenda as transformational, practical, and actionable as possible. During this session, we will also assess the Sendai framework and come to conclusions to improve resilience against disasters. It is vital that these opportunities lead to substantive outcomes. The building blocks for transformation are at our disposal. The 2030 Agenda, the Sendai Framework, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Programme of Action, and our common agenda all point in the same direction. They describe the world we want and offer the avenues to get there. I'm encouraged that the Secretary General's proposals and the important initiatives by member states mutually support each other. The challenges are great and they are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, without universal respect to the rule of law, it is all too easy to rapidly slide into treacherous territory. As we all know, in time of crisis, human rights are the first to be compromised. When human rights are under threat, it is our smoke signal, our call to action. It would be remiss to speak of human rights without addressing a fundamental issue found to be lacking in most societies around the world. It is women's right. It is simply unacceptable that every third woman experiences violence in her lifetime. As we speak, half of humanity is all too often excluded from decision-making and leadership. But we need every man and woman to live their lives to their fullest potential. It is only by ensuring the inclusion of all, valuing the knowledge of all, that we will find solutions to the challenges we face. This afternoon's UNGA platform of women leaders, organized in collaboration with UN Women, may be an answer to this goal. Women heads of state and government will offer their solutions to society's complex problems. Data shows that crisis response is more effective when women take the lead. I encourage you to engage substantively with this issue. It has to do with equity and equality, but above all, human dignity. Excellencies, in all these issues, in all our endeavors, I look forward to working closely with the Secretary General, the Security Council, the ECOSOC, and other key relevant institutions of the United Nations. I stand ready to support Member States to identify transformative, impact-oriented, systemic, and sustainable solutions. I promise to cooperate with all stakeholders, civil society, young people, women and scientific community, to name but a few. UN agencies, funds and programs are critical to bringing our efforts out of this hole and into our communities. To deliver on the agenda requested by the Member States, I count on your constructive engagement, cooperation, and mutual respect to each other. I emphasize that the revitalization of both the United Nations and the General Assembly must continue. Our ability to competently improve our organization will determine its relevance in the eyes of people around the world. I want to advance negotiations on Security Council reform. It is high time that the Council represents the world's population more equally and that it reflects 21st century realities. This is a matter of credibility to our entire organization and our multilateral order. Ladies and gentlemen, crisis management and transformation will require our consistent efforts, way beyond one session of the General Assembly. In that spirit, let me finish with some timeless words of wisdom about chances and the risk of letting them pass us by. Things get better when we make them better. Things go wrong when we fail to seize the opportunities before us. Our opportunity is here and now. Let us act. I thank you. Distinguished delegates, before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard in a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statement at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner during the general debate of the 77th session? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federal Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Hello, testing the English channel. This is the English channel. Mr. Shaba Karosi, President of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, heads of government, and heads of delegation. Ladies and gentlemen at large, I begin by congratulating you, Ambassador Shaba Karosi, on your election as President of this General Assembly. You can be sure that you can certainly count on Brazil's support. The theme chosen for this general debate revolves around a concept that perfectly applies to the moment we currently live, a watershed moment. Mr. President, our collective responsibility at this General Assembly consists in understanding the actual scope of the challenges that make up this watershed moment, and from there build the responses that draw their strength from the goals that we all share. The task at hand is not a simple one, but strictly speaking, we have no alternative. The effort must begin within each of our countries, domestically. First of all, it is what we do at the domestic level that gives the measure of the authority with which we act at the international level. Therefore, allow me to speak from my country's perspective. When Brazil voices her views on the public health agenda, we do so with the legitimate authority of a government that during the COVID-19 pandemic spared no efforts to save lives and preserve jobs. Like so many other countries, we focused our attention from the very outset on ensuring emergency financial aid to those most in need. Our goal was to protect families' income so that they could face up to the economic hardships resulting from the pandemic. Therefore, we managed to benefit more than 68 million people, the equivalent to 1/3 of the Brazilian population. In parallel, we launched a broad-ranging vaccination program, including domestic production of vaccines. We are a nation of more than 210 million people, and already we have more than 80% of our population fully vaccinated against COVID-19. All were vaccinated voluntarily, in due respect of one's individual freedom. Likewise, in the economic arena, Brazil has the legitimate authority of a country that, for the sake of sustainable and inclusive growth, has been putting in place reforms to attract investments and improve the standards of living of her population. Under my administration, we uprooted the systemic corruption that existed in the country. Between 2003 and 2015 alone, a period in which the left wing presided over in Brazil, indebtedness levels at the oil state company Petrobras due to mismanagement and politically driven appointments and favors, as well as the diversion of funds, reached up to $170 billion. The person responsible for that was unanimously convicted in 3 different court instances. Whistleblowers have returned $1 billion, and we paid to the U.S. stock market another $1 billion due to losses incurred by shareholders. But that is the Brazil of the past. We have enhanced public services by reducing costs and investing in science and technology. Today, for example, Brazil is the world's 7th most digitally advanced country. Altogether, 135 million people access 4,900 services provided by my administration. Brazil has been a pioneer in 5G deployment in Latin America. We have also carried out a comprehensive agenda of privatization and concession projects with an emphasis on infrastructure. We have also completed the San Francisco River Transposition Project, therefore bringing water to the Brazilian northeastern region. We have also adopted new regulatory frameworks, such as in basic sanitation, railways, and natural gas. Moreover, we have improved the business environment with the Economic Freedom Law and the Startup Law. As a result, we now have created opportunities for young people to be entrepreneurs and have quality jobs. Crowning all of this effort to modernize the Brazilian economy, we have made great strides towards Brazil's accession as a full member of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Despite the global crisis, Brazil is getting to the end of 2022 with an economy at full recovery. We have high employment rates and a low inflation rate. The economy is back on the path of growth. Poverty has increased across the world under the impact of the pandemic. In Brazil, it began to fall sharply. The figures speak for themselves. It is estimated that by the end of 2022, 4% of Brazilian families will be living below the extreme poverty level. In 2019, it was 5.1%. This reflects a drop of more than 20%. The Brazil Aid Program, a minimum income country designed and established by my administration during the pandemic, currently meets the needs of 20 million families and pays out $4 a day to the poorest families in the country. Employment fell by 5 percentage points, reaching 9.1%, a rate not seen in 7 years. We have lowered inflation with an estimate of less than 7% for 2022. I am pleased to announce that we have had unprecedented deflation in Brazil in the months of July and August this year. Since June, the price of gasoline has dropped by more than 30%. Today, 1 liter of gasoline in Brazil costs about 0.90 cents of $1. The price of electricity has also dropped by more than 15%. Let me emphasize that the cost of energy has not dropped because of price fixing or any other type of state intervention. Rather, it was the result of a tax rationalization policy designed and implemented with support by the National Congress. In 2021, Brazil was the 4th largest destination country for foreign direct investment in the world. Our foreign trade reached the historic milestone of 39% of the GDP, even after reducing taxes or lowering taxes down to zero on thousands of products. Domestically, we also have record breakers in 3 areas: tax collection, state-owned company profit levels, and the public debt to GDP ratio. In fact, in 2021, we had a surplus in the consolidated results or figures for national accounts. Brazilian GDP increased by 1.2% in the second quarter, and the forecast is for up to 3% in 2022. We enjoy the peace of mind of those who are working in the right path, the path to shared prosperity among Brazilians, and beyond that, prosperity shared with our neighbors and other partners worldwide. This is precisely what we see, for example, in food production. 4 decades ago, Brazil used to be a food importer. Today, we are one of the world's largest food exporters. And this has only been possible thanks to heavy investments in science and innovation with a view to boosting productivity, yield levels, and sustainability. May I here pay a tribute to Mr. Alisson Polinelli, the Brazilian candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize, for his role in expanding the Brazilian agricultural frontier with the use of new technologies. This year, Brazil has already started the harvest, or the largest grain harvest in our history. We estimate it to be at least 270 million tons. In a few years, Brazil will also make the transition from net importer of wheat to a net exporter of wheat. For the 2022-2023 period, the forecast is that our total production will exceed 300 million tons. As stated by Director General of the World Trade Organization in a recent visit to Brazil, she stated that if it were not for Brazilian agribusiness, the planet would go hungry, since we feed more than 1 billion people worldwide. Our agribusiness is a source of national pride. Mr. President, I also wish to call to mind here that also in the field of sustainable development, Brazil's track record of achievements is a source of credibility for our country's international action. As regards the environment and sustainable development, Brazil is part of the solution and stands as a reference to the world. 2/3 of all of the Brazilian territory remain untouched, covered by native vegetation, precisely as it were when Brazil was first discovered in the 1500s. In the Brazilian Amazon region, an area as big as Western Europe, more than 80% of the rainforest remains untouched and pristine, contrary to what is often reported by the mainstream national and international media. It is absolutely key and essential that when taking care of the environment, we do not overlook people. The Amazon region is home to more than 20 million people, including indigenous people and riverside dwellers, whose livelihood depends on some form of economic use of the forest. We have brought internet connectivity to more than 100,000 rural schools and more than 500 indigenous communities. Brazil began its energy transition almost half a century ago in response to the oil crises of that time. Today, we have a modern and sustainable biofuel industry, an industry that currently positively contributes to the cleanest energy mix among G20 countries. About 84% of our electricity or energy mix is currently renewable, and this is a goal that many developed countries hope to achieve only after 2040 or 2050. Last year, Brazil was chosen or declared by the United Nations as a global transition for energy transition. We have the potential to become a major global exporter of clean energy. We have a surplus already being built up, which can reach more than 100 gigawatts between biomass, onshore wind projects, and solar projects, in addition to the untapped opportunity of 700 gigawatt offshore wind farms, with one of the lowest production costs in the world. These sources will produce green hydrogen for export. Part of this 100% clean energy opens the possibility for us to become suppliers of highly competitive industrial projects, especially in the Brazilian Northeast, with one of the smallest carbon footprints in the world. The Sustainable Development Agenda is impacted in many ways by threats to international peace and security. We all built the United Nations from the ruins of the Second World War in the last century. What motivated us back then was the determination to avoid a repetition of the cycle of destruction that marked the first half of the 20th century. To a certain extent, in hindsight, we can say that we were successful. But today, the conflict in Ukraine serves as a warning. A reform of the UN system is essential for us to find world peace. In the specific case of the Security Council, after 25 years of debate, it is clear that we must look for innovative solutions. Brazil addresses this topic based on an experience that goes way back and dates back to the very beginnings of the United Nations. It is now the 11th time that we hold a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council. We have sought to offer our very best to achieve peaceful and negotiated solutions to international conflicts, always guided by the UN Charter and international law. Brazil also has an extensive history of participation in UN peacekeeping operations. From Suez to Angola, from Haiti to Lebanon, we have always supported peacekeeping. We have also contributed to peace by opening up our borders to those seeking a chance to restart their lives in our country. Since 2018, over 6 million Venezuelan brothers have been forced to leave their country. Many of them came to Brazil. Our response to this challenge was Operation Welcome, which has become an international benchmark reference. More than 350,000 Venezuelan nationals have found in Brazilian territory emergency assistance, protection, documentation, and the possibility of a fresh start. All of them have had access to the labor market, to public services, and to social benefits. In recent months, around 600 Venezuelans have arrived in Brazil every day on foot, the vast majority of which are women and children, weighing on average 15 kilos less than before, and running away from violence and hunger. The Brazilian humanitarian reception policy goes beyond Venezuela. We have also welcomed Haitians, Syrians, Afghans, and Ukrainians. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine has been going on for 7 months already, and it is a source of great concern, not only in Europe, but throughout the world. First of all, I would like to reiterate Brazil's gratitude to the countries that helped with the evacuation of Brazilian nationals who were in Ukraine when the conflict first started, especially Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. The evacuation operation was successful. We left no one behind, not even their pets. Regarding the conflict in itself, Brazil has been guided by the principles of international law and the UN Charter, principles that are also enshrined in our national constitution. We advocate an immediate ceasefire, the protection of civilians and non-combatants, the preservation of critical infrastructure to assist the population, and the maintenance of all channels of dialogue between the parties at conflict. These are the first steps towards achieving a solution that will be long-lasting and sustainable. And we have been working in that direction. At the United Nations and also elsewhere, we have tried to avoid hampering the channels of dialogue as a result of polarization around the conflict. Accordingly, we are against diplomatic and economic isolation. The effects of the conflict can already be felt in the world prices of foodstuffs, fuel, and other raw materials. All of this impact drives us all away from the Sustainable Development Goals. Countries that once presented themselves as leaders of the low-carbon economy have now turned to dirty sources of energy. This is a serious setback for the environment. We support all efforts to reduce the economic impacts of this crisis, but we do not believe that the best way is to adopt one-sided or unilateral and selective sanctions that are inconsistent with international law. These measures have harmed economic recovery and have threatened the human rights of vulnerable populations, including in European countries. The solution to the conflict in Ukraine will only be achieved through negotiation and dialogue. I make an plea to the parties as well as to the entire international community. Let us not miss any opportunity to end the conflict and ensure peace. The stability, security, and prosperity of humankind are at serious risk if the conflict continues. Mr. President, I have been an unconditional supporter of freedom of speech. Moreover, under my administration, Brazil has made an effort to bring the right to freedom of religion to the very core of the international human rights agenda. It is essential to ensure that everyone has the right to freely worship and practice their religious orientation without any discrimination whatsoever. I would like to inform here that Brazil stands ready to welcome the Catholic priests and nuns who have suffered persecution by the dictatorial regime in Nicaragua. Brazil repudiates religious persecution wherever it may occur in the world. Other fundamental values for Brazilian society with implications to the human rights agenda include the defense of family values, the right to life since conception, the right to self-defense, and the repudiation of gender ideology. I would also like to underscore the priority we have attached to women's rights and protection. Our efforts to sanction over 70 legal norms on the subject since the very beginning of my administration in 2019 is thorough evidence of this commitment. We fight violence against women very strictly. It is part and parcel of our broader priority to ensure public security and safety for all Brazilians. The results are visible in our government figures. A 7.7% drop in the number of murders of women and a decrease in the general number of deaths by murder. In 2017, there were 30 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. Now there are only 17. Violence in rural areas has also plummeted at the same time as land tenure by the most in need has increased. Under my administration, we have delivered 400,000 rural property land title deeds, 80% of which given to women. In Brazil, we work to ensure that we have strong, independent women so that they can get wherever they wish. First Lady Michelle Bolsonaro has given a new meaning to volunteer work since 2019, with special attention to people with disabilities and rare diseases. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, last September 7th, Brazil celebrated 200 years of history as an independent nation. Millions of Brazilians took to the streets, called upon by their government and wearing the colors of their flag, our flag. It was the largest civic demonstration in the history of our country, a people that believes in God, the homeland, family, and freedom. Thank you all very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the General Assembly. Dear colleagues, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, on behalf of the African Union, I would like to express my thanks to your predecessor and wish you every success in the discharge of your duties. I reiterate our support to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, as he carries out his delicate mission in the service of member states. Since our last session, the world has become more dangerous and more uncertain under the combined grip of global warming, security and health perils, and the war in Ukraine. The theme of this session reflects the urgent need to act together to ease tensions, to heal our planet, reduce persistent north-south inequalities, and reinstate the importance of multilateralism. The Security Council is called upon to address this first and foremost, to make sure that all threats to international peace and security, including in Africa, are handled in the same way. Terrorism, which is gaining ground on the continent, is not just an African matter. It is a global threat that falls under the primary responsibility of the Council, as it is the guarantor of the collective security mechanism under the charter of our organization. We, therefore, urge the Council to engage more with us in the fight against terrorism in Africa, and to do this with more appropriate mandates and more substantial resources. Furthermore, the African Union once again calls for the lifting of foreign sanctions against Zimbabwe. These harsh measures continue to fuel a sense of injustice against an entire people and to aggravate their suffering in these times of deep crisis. In the Middle East, we reiterate the right of the Palestinian people to a viable state, living side by side in peace with the State of Israel, each within secure and internationally recognized borders. We call for a de-escalation and a cessation of hostilities in Ukraine, as well as for a negotiated solution to avoid the catastrophic risk of a potentially global conflict. The negotiations and discussions are the best tools we have to promote peace. I launch an appeal to put together a high-level mediation mission to which the African Union stands ready to contribute. Nearly 80 years after the birth of the United Nations system and the Bretton Woods institutions, it is time for a fairer, more inclusive global governance that is more adapted to the realities of our time. It is time to overcome the reticence and to deconstruct the narratives that persist in confining Africa to the margins of decision-making circles. It is time to heed Africa's just and legitimate demand for Security Council reform, as reflected in the Eswatini Consensus. In the same vein, I reaffirm our request for the African Union to be granted a seat in the G20 so that Africa can finally be represented where decisions that affect 1,400,000,000 Africans are being taken. I would like to extend my warmest thanks to the partners who have already expressed their support and invite others to give favorable consideration to our candidacy. With respect to economic and financial governance, I draw the attention of the General Assembly to the 2022 Financing for Sustainable Development report, produced by some 60 multilateral institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the International Association of Insurance Regulators, and the Financial Stability Board. This report highlights shortcomings in the assessment processes of credit rating agencies and underlines the importance of transparent methodologies so as not to undermine confidence in ratings. We are concerned by the fact that the perception of risk in Africa continues to be higher than the actual risk, which increases the cost of insurance premiums and undermines the competitiveness of our economies. And this is why Africa is renewing its proposal to the Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance to engage in conjunction with the G20, the IMF and the World Bank in a constructive dialogue with the ratings agencies on improving their working and assessment methods. In the same spirit, given the unprecedented scale of the global economic crisis, the African Union reiterates its call for the partial reallocation of special drawing rights, so needed for the developing countries first and foremost, and the implementation of the G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the unprecedented shock further destabilizes the weakest economies and makes their need for liquidity ever more pressing, so as to mitigate the effects of widespread inflation and support the most vulnerable households and social strata, especially the young people and women. In addition to that, there is the need to address new and old health emergencies, including cancer, the silent killer that continues to claim millions of lives across the world. I call for a general mobilization in favor of the International Atomic Energy Agency's Ray of Hope campaign to strengthen the capacities of member countries, particularly in Africa, in the fight against cancer, using nuclear technologies such as medical imaging, nuclear medicine, and radiotherapy. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, with the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt only a few weeks away, Africa reiterates its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement. At the same time, we wish to reach a consensus for a fair and equitable energy transition, as was called for at the Africa-Europe Summit last February, at the enlarged session of the G7 Summit in June, and recently at the Africa Adaptation Finance Forum in Rotterdam. It is legitimate, fair and equitable that Africa, the continent that pollutes the least and lags furthest behind in the industrialization process, should exploit its available resources to provide basic energy so as to improve the competitiveness of its economy and achieve universal access to electricity. I will recall that today, more than 600 million Africans still live without electricity. Let us also work towards the goal of mobilizing $100 billion per year to support developing countries' adaptation efforts and to finance the African Adaptation Acceleration Program under the auspices of the African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation. Moreover, we see adaptation funding not as aid, but rather as a contribution by industrialized countries to a global partnership of solidarity in return for efforts made by developing countries to avoid the polluting patterns that have plunged the planet into the current climate emergency. Mr. President, over and above the current emergencies, I have come to convey the message of a continent determined to work with all of its partners in a relational ethic of a dialogue of confidence and trust and mutual respect. I have come to say that Africa has suffered enough of the burden of history, that it does not want to be the place of a new Cold War, but rather a pole of stability and opportunity open to all of its partners on a mutually beneficial basis. I have come to say that we do not ignore that Africa, faced with challenges which need to be pacified and stabilized. But I have also come to say that we also have Africa as a provider of solutions with an area of 30 million square kilometers, its human resources, with its more than 60% of the world's arable land, its mineral, forest, water, and energy resources. Yes, we have the Africa of solutions, with governments on the job, on a daily basis. We have vibrant and creative young people who innovate, who are entrepreneurial, and who succeed. We have millions of men and women who work hard to feed, educate, and care for their families, who invest, who create wealth, and who generate jobs. This Africa of solutions wants to engage with all of its partners in a reinvented relationship that transcends the prejudice that whoever is not with me is against me. We want a multilateralism that is open and respectful of our differences, because the United Nations system, born out of the ashes of war, can only win the support of one and all on the basis of shared ideals and not local values erected as universal norms. It is by working together, respecting our differences, that we will restore the strength and vitality of the United Nations raison d'etre, which is to save present and future generations from the scourge of war, to advance the peaceful coexistence of peoples, and to foster progress by creating better living conditions for all. I wish the 77th session of the General Assembly every success. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Senegal for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. President, Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished guests. For me, it is an honor to be able to be with you at this General Assembly for the first time today. I come from Chile, a beautiful country located in the extreme south of the Americas, between the Andes mountain range, the backbone of the continent, and the majestic, breathtaking Pacific Ocean. A country with a diverse geography and stunning landscapes, where, side by side, we have the clearest skies and the stormiest seas, the driest desert, alongside cities made of rain. The people of Chile, as you may know, is hardworking and caring. Thanks to our efforts in just over 2 centuries, we have gone from being the poorest colony of Spain on the continent to a thriving, independent, free, sovereign country. A country with enormous opportunities, today at the gates of comprehensive development, and we are working for this development to be for all, not just for a few. A country that has lithium for energy, the means of providing clean energies to the world, a country with long coasts and protected marine areas to care for the environment, with top-level universities to create and share knowledge. I have come to tell you, dear colleagues, that Chile needs the world. The world needs Chile too. But as you are aware, and as has been clear in the speeches that went before my own, we live in an era of uncertainty and shocks. It is clear that no country here is isolated from or immune to global shocks or events, and Chile is no exception. Thus, Russia's unfair war of aggression on Ukraine, a nation to which we express our solidarity, pushed up fuel prices and led to shortages of grain and fertilizer, with a strong impact on our economy, and certainly of many of your countries as well. Also, although it is often hard to discuss this, the trade war between the United States and China that began under the Trump administration in 2018 and the pandemic destabilized the global economy, affecting both our and your economies. On another level, the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, which is a product of its extended political crisis, has generated an unprecedented flow of migration in our region and in our country, putting enormous pressure on our society and institutions. Lastly, as many of you are experiencing, the climate crisis is particularly affecting our continent, the Americas, especially the Caribbean. It also affects the life systems of our people. Chile meets 7 of the 9 United Nations vulnerability criteria: low-level coasts, arid and semi-arid areas, forests, propension to natural disasters, drought, floods, mountain ecosystems, and urban areas. But our country, as many of yours, many of the global south, produces and is responsible for a minimum of greenhouse gas emissions. In our case, it's only 0.24%, while the largest economies of the G20, as the Secretary General has just mentioned, produce 80% of greenhouse gases. It is clear nowadays that no country, large or small, humble or powerful, can save itself on its own. As I was preparing this speech, I was thinking how the many interesting speeches telling about the reality of each country could be contributed to from Chile with its small part in building the best possible world. And with the awareness that it is not my place to teach anybody about the problems in the world, I thought that telling you about our recent experience as a country could be useful to those who are interested to derive their own lessons. Chile is currently experiencing an intense political process. Almost 3 years ago, we faced a major political and social crisis. During those days, a great majority of Chilean people peacefully expressed their discontent with inequality and abuse, their pain at the long waits to receive public health care, their frustration at the million-dollar debts incurred as students, their refusal to accept miserly pensions, pensions that are a mere pittance after long years of work. In a few months, we will celebrate 50 years since President Salvador Allende, who spoke to this very assembly, from this very podium, about the major social and political changes that Chile was going through at a time. Chile is a country that has, for a long time, sought the path towards dignity. And although during the democratic governments of the past 30 years, there was a remarkable decrease in poverty and progress on the social front, it is undeniable that the Chilean development model has kept a high concentration of wealth, leading us to be, and this is painful, one of the most unequal countries in the world. This inequality, as is the case in many developing nations, has obstructed our path towards development. Not only that, it is an inherent threat to democracy because it breaks society apart, it destroys social cohesion, and it therefore hampers understanding and building a freer, more fair future together. The social upheaval Chile experienced in 2019 left many observers puzzled, wondering what was happening in our country. And it even left many observers and stakeholders of Chilean life astonished. And the fact is that many were struck by the fact that a country that had such high indices of economic growth and human development, showing major improvements in the quality of life of its population, should have faced such a deep crisis. But what happened to my country is no coincidence. It was a result of innumerable episodes of pain and postponement, which simmered and then struck at the very heart of our society. And I want to point out that this can happen in your countries as well. That is why I invite you to plan ahead in the search for greater social justice, to better distribute wealth and power. This should go hand in hand with sustainable growth. And I am deeply convinced that it can be shared and it is possible. Indeed, it is urgent. Unfortunately, I have to say this because we cannot only come to talk about the good things that are happening. This discontent also expresses itself through major episodes of violence, such as the unacceptable burning of subway stations and vandalizing civic buildings. And we also witnessed an uncontrolled level of repression, which led to deaths, injuries, and over 400 people who were victims of injuries, which was the result of state action, which is, from the point of view of our government and of international organizations, a severe violation of human rights, which must be repaired. It must be made up for. This long history of injustice found its voice in October of 2019. But also, and this is a good thing about it, the long history of civil mobilization and social struggle, which made it possible to return to democracy and the return of Democrats, as President Aylwin said at the end of the past century, was the same struggle which made it possible at the beginning of the 20th century to make progress in rights for workers. Present at the peaceful demonstrations of 2019 were the women of the previous century who made progress in gaining the right to vote, the workers who earned the right to leave, and the settlers who fought for decent housing. All of these memories and social struggles manifested themselves there. The protection of human rights anywhere by any regime, decent work, social protection, and the struggle against climate change are universal demands which are the focus of our common agenda, led by the Secretary General of this organization, Antonio Guterres, and of the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the values behind this deep unrest: equality, justice, and freedom. Distinguished leaders of the world, the way forward to the peaceful, democratic resolution of the crisis our country experienced was an agreement between the major political forces, which made it possible to draw up a roadmap towards drafting a new constitution, one which made it possible to establish the basis of a new social contract, making a democratic response possible to the demands of the citizens. This road opened by Chilean society through protest and social struggle, and then politically channeled by the various institutions, was expressed through plebiscite in October 2019, where 80% of voters spoke in favor of a new written constitution by a specially elected body to do so. This is a major challenge. It consists of achieving, as never before in history, a democratic constitution written with citizen participation of indigenous peoples, and gender parity, a constitution for everybody, written by everybody. A few weeks ago, the work of the Constitutional Convention was subjected to consultation through a plebiscite in which there was a massive participation, 85%. But this led to a clear rejection of the proposal, 62 against 38%. Thus, today we are seeking new formulas to build the meeting place for all Chileans. My personal option in this plebiscite was to approve the proposal for a new constitution, but the result was the opposite. Some want to see the result of the plebiscite as a defeat for the government. And with great humility, I wish to tell you today that a government can never feel defeated when the people speak. In a democracy, the word popular is sovereign and is a guide for any government. Why am I telling you about this? Because, unlike in the past, when differences in Chile were settled through blood and fire, today Chileans have agreed to face our challenges in a democratic fashion. And I'm telling you about this because I'm certain that one of the major challenges for humanity today is that of building democracies that really talk to and listen to citizens. Those who are here at this assembly have the duty of improving our democracies. During the long days of citizen mobilization, the word dignity was often heard. The Chilean people have just expressed giving us a lesson in democracy, which we are learning. Chile has called on its democracy and political actors to rise to the challenges that we have today, and we must meet their expectations. As a government, we have received the results of the recent plebiscite with open eyes and hearts. We want to hear what the people is telling us. We trust their opinions, we trust their will, and there are things I want to share very quickly with you. The results are the expression of a citizenry that calls for change without putting its current achievements at risk. Citizens who want a better future built without creating new insecurities, a future of change with stability. As a young person who was on the street protesting not very long ago, I can tell you that representing unrest is a lot easier than producing solutions. Those of us devoted to the demanding work of politics easily confuse our success as spokespeople for citizen unease with our real ability to build a better future. The plebiscite results in Chile have taught us to be humble. Democracy must be humble. They made us realize that building the Chile we dream of, in building the Chile we dream of, no given sector has a recipe. Rather, it is a dish made up of the best each one of us has to contribute. This is how we govern in the 21st century, mobilizing capacity and skill in our societies, not trying to substitute them. As a president of Chile, I am convinced that very soon Chile will have a constitution that will satisfy us and make us proud, one built in democracy that brings together the contributions of all sectors of society, able to reflect our aspirations of justice and liberty. Distinguished delegates, based on the humble history of my country, I can tell you with deep conviction that the path to face the problems affecting our societies is paved with more democracy, not less, with incentives for participation, not restrictions, with dialogue and not censorship, and above all, with respect for those who think differently, with inclusion of their points of view, and understanding that having diverse opinions does not make us enemies. I reject the abyss that some try to open when facing the legitimate diversity of opinion. And from Chile, we declare our will of building bridges across those gaps that make it difficult for us to meet as diverse societies. This is what we wish to share as a small country with the nations of the world. Deepening democracy is a permanent exercise where we must persevere and learn from the experience of others. Thus, in conclusion, I invite you to work together to strengthen democracy in all spaces, in each of our countries, and in the relationship between countries. We need a new Latin America. We need more work together from the Global South. We need a modernized United Nations where we all set ourselves the same objectives. We commit ourselves from multilateralism to justice and peace anywhere and everywhere, to take the actions needed, not only statements, to stop the unfair war of Russia on Ukraine and put an end to all the abuse of the powerful anywhere in the world, to mobilize our efforts to stop violence against women, whether it be in Iran, in memory of Mahsa Amini, who died at the hands of the police this week, or anywhere in the world. To not normalize ongoing violations of the human rights of the Palestinian people, to uphold international law and the resolutions which this very assembly takes year after year, leading to its right, to its inalienable right to establish its own free sovereign state, as well as guaranteeing Israel's legitimate right to live within safe and internationally recognized borders, to continue working to contribute to the release of political prisoners in Nicaragua, and so nowhere in the world having ideas different from the current government can lead to persecution or violations of human rights. Distinguished members of this assembly, the whole world is calling for change. New generations have the right, like those before us, and also the responsibility to think and realize a different future. The citizens suffering the consequences of societies built on segregation and abuse call for their rights and for a safe life. This is a world that can only be achieved through more democracy. And this is a call which we must all respond to today. And in Chile, we are willing to cooperate anywhere in the world to that end. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, we meet today in this General Assembly as the alarm bells ring all around us. Numerous crises batter our world, crises that are increasingly interlocked. Regional conflicts with international impact, devastating climate change, pandemic disruptions, extremist violence, spiraling inflation, looming recession, and for all too many around the world, the growing reality of hunger. Developing countries have been hardest hit. Is this the future we will leave to the generations yet to come? We must deliver a different world, a world of expanded horizons, a more equitable world, sustainable economic growth, exciting new opportunities, and more and better jobs, and the inclusive peace for prosperity in which all people can thrive. To reach these goals, our countries must unite behind effective, collaborative action. The question now is, will we have the vision and determination to get the job done? Consider the climate crisis. No country can heal our injured Earth alone. We need global partnerships that can create real change. And Jordan is part of these efforts. We have been building strong partnerships to manage and sustain vital water resources. And we see more opportunities to work with partners to preserve precious World Heritage sites and natural wonders. The unique Dead Sea, the sacred Jordan River, and the resilient coral reefs of the Gulf of Aqaba, which are all threatened by climate change. Food security is another global priority. Hundreds of millions of people go to bed hungry, and the numbers are rising. How can parents raise healthy children? How can students learn? How can workers do their best when they are hungry and hopeless? Since the beginning of the pandemic, and now with the crisis in Ukraine, global supply chains have been disrupted. Many well-off countries experienced empty food shelves for the first time in living memory. They are discovering a truth that people in developing countries have known for a long time. For countries to thrive, affordable food must get to every family's table. On a global level, this demands collective measures to ensure fair access to affordable food and speed the movement of staples to countries in need. My friends, sustainable, inclusive economic growth has too often been a victim of global crises. But it can also be a defense that strengthens us to endure the storms. In my region, we are looking to build integrated partnerships that tap the capabilities and resources of each of our countries for the benefit of all. We see regional resilience pacts coming together to stimulate fresh opportunities and growth. Jordan has established multilateral partnerships with Egypt, Iraq, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and others in the region to capitalize on these opportunities. Our country is a bridge for regional partnerships and cooperation, international crisis response, and humanitarian action. Jordan has always been a source of regional stability, as well as a refuge for those.
Микрофон красный. Это значит, что он работает.
Наоборот, красный он работает.
And the communities which host them. In 2012, I came before the 67th General Assembly and spoke for the first time about the Syrian refugee flow and its pressure on Jordan's scarce resources. At that point, 200,000 Syrians had sought refuge in our small country. Today, 10 years later, we host more than 1.3 million. Meeting the needs of these and other refugees is an international responsibility, and host countries look to the international community to honor its commitments. My friends, for decades, the Middle East has been synonymous with conflict and crisis. But we are hopeful that a newfound spirit of collaboration can and make our region an exemplar of resilience and integration. Though politics may sometimes fail our world, one absolute remains: always put people first. To keep hope alive for all peoples means rising above politics to ensure every individual's prosperity. Such efforts will be fruitless if they are exclusionary. Inclusion of the Palestinian people in regional economic projects should be an integral part of our efforts. In the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, peace continues to be elusive. Neither war nor diplomacy has held the answer to this historic tragedy. It is the people themselves, not politics and politicians, who will have to come together and push their leaders to resolve this. What would our world look like now if the conflict had been settled long ago? If walls had never gone up and people had been allowed to build bridges of cooperation instead? What if extremists had never been able to exploit the injustices of occupation? How many generations of youth could have grown up in the optimism of peace and progress? As we continue our efforts to achieve peace, we must not abandon refugees. This year, the General Assembly will vote on renewing UNRWA's mandate. the international community should send a strong message of support for the rights of Palestinian refugees, ensuring that Palestinian refugee children have schools to go to and access to appropriate medical care. My dear friends, a founding UN principle is the right to self-determination for all peoples. The Palestinian people, with their resilient national identity, cannot be denied this right. And the road forward is the two-state solution, in accordance with UN resolutions, a sovereign, viable, and independent Palestinian state on the 4th of June 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with Israel in peace and security and prosperity. Today, the future of Jerusalem is an urgent concern. The city is holy to billions of Muslims, Christians, and Jews around the world. Undermining Jerusalem's legal and historical status quo triggers global tensions and deepens religious divides. The holy city must not be a place for hatred and division. As custodians of Jerusalem's Muslim and Christian holy sites, we are committed to protecting their historical and legal status quo and to their safety and future. And as a Muslim leader, let me say clearly that we are committed to defending the rights, the precious heritage, and the historic identity of the Christian people of our region. Nowhere is that more important than in Jerusalem. Today, Christianity in the Holy City is under fire. The rights of churches in Jerusalem are threatened. This cannot continue. Christianity is vital to the past and present of our region and the Holy Land. It must remain an integral part of our future. Distinguished delegates, we can weather the most serious crises if we join together. Let us here in this General Assembly honor our shared interests in a brighter future, a future of dignity and hope that brings new opportunities for all our peoples. And let us not ignore the alarm bells ringing around us. We must act. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la
Distinguished President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Charles Rochik, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Your Excellencies, heads of state and heads of accredited missions to the 77th session of the General Assembly, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, to all of you. I come from the three most beautiful countries on earth. There is an explosion of life there. Thousands of multicolored species in the seas, in the skies, on land. I come from the land of the yellow butterflies and magic. There, in the mountains and valleys of every shade of green, not only are there abundant waters, there are also floods of blood. I come from a country of blood-stained beauty. My country, Colombia, is not only beautiful, it is also violent. How can violence and beauty exist side by side? How can the biodiversity of life intertwine with the dances of death and horror? Who is responsible for breaking the charming spell with terror? Who or what is responsible for suffocating life in the routine decisions of wealth and interest? Who is leading us to destruction as a nation and as a people? My country is beautiful because it has the Amazon jungle, the Chocó jungle, the waters, the Andes mountain range, and the oceans. There, in those jungles, the oxygen of the planet emanates, and the CO2 in the atmosphere is absorbed. One of those plants absorbing carbon dioxide amongst millions of species is one of the most persecuted on Earth. Wherever it grows, they seek to destroy it. It's a plant of the Amazon, the coca plant, a plant sacred to the Incas. As if at a paradoxical crossroads, the jungle we try to save is being destroyed at the same time. To destroy coca, they spread poison, glyphosate, massive amounts that runs in the waters. They arrest those who cultivate coca and imprison them. To destroy or to have possession of coca plants, 1 million Latin Americans die, and 2 million African Americans are imprisoned in North America. Destroy the killer plant is a cry from the north, but the plant is just one among many of the millions that perish when fire breaks out in the jungle. Destroying the jungle, destroying the Amazon has become the catchword which states and business people follow. They ignore the call of scientists who baptize the jungle as one of the major climate pillars. For power relations in the world, the jungle and its inhabitants are those responsible for the plague that afflicts them. The relations of power are plagued by the addiction to money, to perpetuate themselves, addiction to oil, to cocaine and harder drugs that can serve to anesthetize them. There is nothing more hypocritical than the discourse of saving the jungle. The jungle is burning, distinguished delegates, while you make war and play with it. The jungle, the climate pillar of the world, is disappearing along with all of its life. The enormous sponge absorbing planetary carbon dioxide is evaporating. The savior jungle is seen in my country as the enemy to be defeated, as the weeds that must be pulled out. The space of coca and the people who cultivate it, because they have nothing else to cultivate, is demonized. For you, my country interests you only if you can spread poison in its jungle, take its men to prison, and cast its women into exclusion. You are not interested in the education of children, but rather in killing their jungle, extracting the carbon and the oil from it. The sponge that absorbs poison is useless. You prefer to spread more poison into the atmosphere. We serve to excuse the gaps and the spaces in our own society in your own societies, which lead you to live in the bubble of drugs. We conceal your problems, which you refuse to reform. It is better to declare war on the jungle, on its plants, on its people. While you let the jungle burn, while hypocrites obliterate plants with poison to hide the disasters in their own society, we are called for more and more carbon, more and more oil to console the other addiction, the addiction of consumption, of power, of money. What is more harmful to humanity, cocaine, carbon dioxide, or oil? The will of power has ordered that cocaine as a poison must be persecuted, even though it even causes a minimum of overdoses and more because of the mixtures which lead to its being trafficked. But on the other hand, carbon and oil must be protected, even though their use can lead humanity to extinction. This is the way world power works, with injustice, with irrationality, because world power has become irrational. This power sees in the exuberance of the jungle, in its vitality, a sign of lust and sinfulness, the sinful origin of the sadness of its societies, imbued with the unlimited compulsion to have and to consume. How can we hide the loneliness of people's hearts, the drought in the midst of loveless societies which compete to the degree of imprisoning souls in loneliness? We conceal this by blaming the plant, the people who cultivate it, the secret freedom of the jungle. According to the irrational power of the world, the fault is not in the market. The fault is in the jungle and those who live there. Bank accounts have become unlimited. The money of the powerful cannot be spent even over centuries. The sadness of the existence that produces this artificial call to competition is filled with noise and drugs. The addiction to money and to having things has another face. A drug addiction in people who lose the competition, the losers of the artificial race, which has transformed humanity. The sickness of society will not be cured by spreading glyphosate in the jungle. The jungle is not responsible. Society, educated towards endless consumption, stupid confusion between consumption and happiness, is what makes it possible for the pockets of the rich to be filled. Those responsible for drug addiction are not the forests. It is the lack of rationality of world power. Let us illuminate power with reason. Let us put on the lights of this century. The war against drugs has lasted for 40 years. If we do not correct our course, and it goes on for another 40 years, the United States will see over 2,008,000 more overdoses of fentanyl. This has not happened in Latin America. There will be millions of African Americans who will be imprisoned in private jails. They will become the pawns of the prison business. Another million Latin Americans will be killed. Our waters and our green fields will be filled with blood. We will see the death of democracy, the dream of democracy, die, both in my America and in English-speaking America. Democracy will die where it was born, in the great West European Athens. To hide the truth, that you'll see the jungle and democracy die. The war against drugs has failed. The war against climate change has
살아나기 위해서는 마약에 대한 전쟁의 경로를 바꿔야 합니다.
From soft drugs, we moved to hard drugs. There's been a genocide in my continent and in my country. It has led millions of people to prison to hide their own social flaws. They have blamed the jungle and its plants. They have filled discourse and politics with irrationality. I call here from my wounded Latin America to an end to the irrational war against drugs. Decreasing drug consumption does not need wars. It needs for all of us to build a better society with more solidarity, with more affection, where the intensity of life will save people from addiction and new slavery. Do you want fewer drugs? Think of fewer profits and more love. Think of a rational exercise of power. Do not affect the beauty of my country with your poison. Help us without hypocrisy to save the Amazon jungle, to save the life of humanity on Earth. You brought together the scientists, and they spoke reasonably. With mathematics and climate models, they said that the end of the human species was upon us, that the time left to us is not even millennia, not even centuries. Science sounded the alarm, and we stopped listening. The war served as an excuse to not take the necessary measures. When action was most needed, when discourse was no longer useful, when it was indispensable to put the money in the funds to save humanity, when we had to draw away from coal and oil as quickly as possible, they invented one war after another. They invaded Ukraine, but also Iraq, Libya, Syria. They invaded in the name of oil and gas. In the 21st century, they discovered the worst of their addictions, the addiction to money and to oil. Wars have served as an excuse to not counter climate change. Wars have shown them how dependent they are on what will put an end to the human race. If you observe that the peoples of the world suffer from hunger and thirst and emigrate in their millions towards the north where the water is, then you imprison them, you build walls, you use machine guns, you shoot at them, you expel them as if they were not human beings. You multiply by 5 the mentality of those who created the policies of gas chambers and concentration camps. You're reproducing 1933 at a planetary scale, the great triumph of the war on reason. Do you not see that the solution to the major exodus triggered towards your countries is going back to water in the rivers and fields full of nutrients? The climate disaster is full of viruses which are working to overcome us, but you are turning even medicine into business and vaccines into merchandise. You propose that the market will save us from what the market itself has created. Humanity's Frankenstein is allowing the market to act, and the wish for profit to reign unplanned, giving up our hearts and minds to it. Human rationality is brought to its knees by avarice. Why are we looking at wars if what we need to do is save humanity? What use are NATO and the empires if what is upon us is the end of intelligence? Climate disaster will kill hundreds of millions of people. And listen to this. It is not produced by the planet. It is produced by capital. The cause of climate disaster is capital. The logic of relating ourselves to consume more and more, to produce more and more, and for some to earn more and more money produces a climate disaster. It is articulated with the logic of amplified accumulation. The energy drivers of coal and oil triggered the hurricane. The change in the atmosphere is increasing the deep and potentially mortal. From the lands of the jungle and beauty, where they decided to make a plant of the Amazon an enemy, extraditing and jailing those who cultivate it, I call on you to put an end to war and put an end to climate disaster. Here in the Amazon jungle is a failure of humanity. From the bonfires burning after their poisoning, there is a wholesale failure, failure of human civilization. Behind the addiction to cocaine and other drugs, behind the addiction to oil and coal, is a true addiction of this phase of human history, the addiction to irrational power, to profit, and to money. This is the enormous fatal machinery that can extinguish humanity. As a president of one of the most beautiful countries on earth, one of the most bloodstained and violent, I propose that we put an end to the war on drugs and make it possible for our people to live in peace. I call on all of Latin America to join us in this purpose. I call the voice of Latin America to be united to defeat the irrational world that is killing us. I call on you to save the Amazon jungle with the resources that can be devoted to life throughout the world. If you do not have the ability to finance the fund to revitalize the jungle, if it is more important to devote money to weapons than to life, then let's reduce external debt to release our own state budgets so we can carry out the task of saving humanity and life on the planet. We can do it if you don't want to. All we have to do is exchange debt for life, debt for nature. I propose this and I call from Latin America to do this. Let us dialogue to put an end to war. Do not put pressure on us to go to war. It is time for peace. Let the Slavic people talk to each other. Let peoples of the world talk to each other. War is only a trap which draws us closer to the time to the end of time in the great orgy of irrationality. From Latin America, we call on Ukraine and Russia to make peace. Only in peace can we save life on this earth. There is no peace without social, economic, and environmental justice. We are at war with the planet too. Without peace with the planet, there will be no peace between nations. With no social justice, there is no social peace. Thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished heads of states and governments, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I would like to wholeheartedly salute you all on behalf of myself and on behalf of my nation. I hope and pray that the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations will yield the most auspicious results for our countries and for the entire human race. I also would like to congratulate Mr. Csaba Kőrösi for having assumed the chairmanship of the General Assembly. And the theme of the General Assembly, which is turning point for transformative solutions to intertwined challenges, appears to be very accurate. This is the time when we are holding this meeting at the exact time when we're trying to sort out many challenges on a global scale. One of the biggest lessons we had learned out of the pandemic was to establish international solidarity in the resolution of global threats. As Turkey, during the pandemic, without any discrimination, we have managed to provide humanitarian aid to more than 161 countries and 12 international organizations. And we have provided Turcovac, which is our national and local vaccine, to the service of the entire human race. And last year we had ratified the Paris Agreement in order to showcase how resolved we are to fight climate change. In the year 2053, we are aiming to become a zero-emission country. And we had held the 16th Conference of Parties in Istanbul for the UN Convention for the Protection of Biodiversity, and we have shown how much we were willing to become pioneers in fighting against climate change. Because of the problems created by the pandemic in the supply chain, the global economy was impacted heavily. And with the addition of Russian-Ukrainian crisis, we are experiencing a new wave of shock. The prices for energy, the food, and raw material is increasing, thus creating an enormous pressure of inflation, and it is having a significant ramification upon the global economies and social welfare. These developments have proven once again as to how important energy supply security is. And as Turkey, ever since the beginning, we have been focusing on energy not as an issue of competition, but an area for cooperation. Right next to our need, we have revived many projects which would support energy security not only in our region, but also on a global scale. And with the recent developments, our stance had been confirmed. The process that we're going through has also risked food supply security. This is the 21st century, and we have reached the highest extents of financial and technological opportunities. However, in this day and age, still 1/5 of the world is crippled in the hands of poverty and hunger. With the recent developments, the world was aiming to reach zero poverty and hunger in the year 2023 as a part of the Sustainable Development Goals, but it seems like we are getting away from our prospective achievements. This is the day and age where we need to shed a light on our path, and that can only be possible through international cooperation and solidarity, and we need to assume a just and fair approach towards one another. Against the challenges that identify our common fate, we need to move together. As Turkey, we are willing to showcase this will, as we have done during the pandemic and during the crisis of climate change. Also, we have proven our stance while we were fighting against the crisis created as a result of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. The Ukrainian conflict is exceeding the 7th month threshold. And we think that the war will never have a triumph, and a fair peace process will not have a loser. This is important because we are always underlining the significance of diplomacy in the settlement of the disputes through dialogue once and for all. That's why we got together the parties in Antalya Diplomacy Forum and then in Istanbul to become facilitators in a reconciliation process. As a result of the heavy efforts that we had invested together with the Secretary General, we've managed to export Ukrainian grain through the Black Sea, finding its way to the rest of the global markets. Istanbul Convention that allowed this export is still very much vital, and the exports are gaining momentum as time goes by. This is a critical agreement that was undertaken jointly with the United Nations, and this is one of the greatest accomplishments of the United Nations in the recent decades. And I think the international community revived its confidence in the United Nations as a result of Istanbul Convention, because Istanbul Convention proves once again that negotiations can yield results, especially in issues which are vital to all the parties involved. And the similar approach has been assumed by us when it comes to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that is threatening the security of the entire globe. The conflict is escalating, and we are investing tremendous efforts in order to ensure that the war will be finalized by protecting the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of Ukraine once and for all. And we would like to launch an appeal to all the international organizations and the countries of the world to support peaceful initiatives of Turkey to settle this dispute once and for all. We need a dignified way out of this crisis, and that can only be possible through a diplomatic solution which is rational, which is fair, and which is applicable. And on the other hand, all these disasters affecting millions of people have shown once again that the United Nations will have to be much more effective, much more influential, and that the United Nations has a responsibility to invest more efforts in the solution of the problems on a global scale. The United Nations will have to be much more inclusive and be capable of creating certain solutions for a more fair world. And the United Nations have to become an international organization where a common will of the entire human race can be put forward. Especially the Security Council has to be more effective, more democratic, more transparent, and more accountable. It has to be more functional, and it is going to be for the entire human race in its search for peace, justice, and welfare. This is going to be a turning point for us all. And in order to remember our common responsibility, we have been stating the fact that the world is greater than 5, and that a fairer world is still possible. These are the remarks that we've been repeating in every platform, in every chance that we got. We are committed, and we are driven in our fight, and we expect the entire world to support us. And that's what I would like to call out to you once again. Distinguished delegates, our vision, our foreign policy vision had been always peace-oriented. Beginning with our region, in the entire world, we have been working tremendously in order to make sure that peace would prevail. In our initiative, which is called Mediation for Peace, that we have been conducting under the auspices of the United Nations, we have been spending tremendous efforts in order to resolve conflicts. From Europe to Latin America, from Africa to different geographies, we are trying to take a mediation position, and we are assuming a facilitating position in order to settle the disputes once and for all. We are right there in the heart of the region, which is surrounded by conflicts. But we are trying to be a part of the solution rather than the problem. And that is only possible through the initiatives that we undertake. And within this framework, we are always underlining the fact that a peaceful settlement has to be found for the Syrian conflict within the framework of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254, which is going to be permanent and which is going to be reliable. I think if the conflict would be sustained, it would threaten the territorial integrity of Syria and the security and the welfare of our region. Right now, 4 million civilians of Syrian descent have been hosted in our country. I think the Security Council will have to assume a responsibility in order to extend the decision which is supporting the help mechanism which was established in the northern west of Syria. We are fighting against terrorist organizations such as PKK and its offsprings, which are imposing a great and a clear threat upon our Turkey and our security forces. This terrorist organization is changing its name on a continuous basis, and it's trying to legitimize itself. And we have to call out to the global forces to stop weaponizing these terrorist organizations and to stop making the same mistakes of the past. We are powerful enough to take all the measures against terrorism, and that is an information that I need to remind you of once again. And we will never shy away from fighting against terrorism, and we will always be very resolved in taking necessary measures in order to combat terrorism. We are trying to do everything we can within our capability in a very sincere fashion to ensure that our Syrian brothers and sisters will be able to go back to their countries in a dignified, safe, and a secure fashion. We are trying to ripen the conditions so that the civilians fleeing war can go back to their own motherlands. And in order for them to lead a dignified life, we are building 100,000 briquette homes in several parts of Syria, so that they can seek refuge there. A vast majority of these 100,000 brick homes have already been completed, and they have been handed over to their owners. And we have started our preparations in order to build an additional 200,000 housing units so that 1 million Syrians will be able to go back to their homelands. In secure zones, in safe zones, in a total of 13 different centers, and in rural areas, these projects will be completed, and we need the international support in order for that to be possible. Within this project, we need everybody to show serious and a committed solidarity and commitment. The irregular migration, the refugee crisis, is not to be solved through leaving them to demise, through building walls on the borders, and through collecting them in refugee camps. We can only solve this problem through efforts that put the humans and the human life at the core. When that is the situation, we can clearly see that the Greeks are becoming much more tyrant towards the refugees around the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. As Turkey, we don't want to see the bodies of babies such as Aylan to be washed ashore. But at the same time, Greece is unfortunately pushing back these refugees in an illegal fashion, in a very tyrant fashion, turning the Aegean into a graveyard for refugees. Last week, a 9-month-old, a baby called Asım, and a 4-year-old Abdul Wahab have lost their lives because that the Greek Coast Guard forces sank their boats. And I think it's nighttime for Europe and for United Nations and other international organizations to say stop, enough to such crimes, which are crimes against humanity. Another neighbor of us, which is Iraq, we are trying to invest tremendous efforts in order to make sure that peace and prosperity can be established there as well. We want a political reconciliation to be established and a unity to be formed within the framework of an Iraqi identity. For prosperity to be sustainably established in Iraq and to stop terrorist organizations' abuses in Iraq, we have to move together. But of course, there are terrorist organizations which are abusing the instability in Iraq, and we will never stop fighting against the actions of the terrorist organizations against Turkey deriving from Iraq. As I have said over this platform multiple times, we are going to fight against terrorism without any discrimination. We are going to be able to get triumphant through a committed, a sincere solidarity. Regardless of their names, we are going to fight back terrorism in all forms and in all shapes. And we want our allies, we want our friends to provide us with the solidarity and the commitment that we need. And it's a natural right for us to expect that. The terrorist organizations and tyrant regimes, instead of them, we want you to cooperate with us. We want to forge a solidarity with us in order to contribute to the stability, to the peace, and to the welfare of our entire region and the entire world. And we are ready to work with you. Distinguished delegates, from the point of view of the security of the world, there's something that we need to focus on, which is the Northern Africa and Eastern Mediterranean. And within that framework, it is critical to establish stability and welfare in Libya, not only for the world, but also for the entire region. And as Turkey, we are very supportive of the efforts of the United Nations in that direction. We want to protect the sovereignty of the Libyan people, the unity, the integrity, making sure that they reach the much desired level of prosperity. A fair and prevalent election period will have to be conducted in Libya, and a strong government will have to be established there, gaining legitimacy from the will of the people. And this is something that we all have to contribute to. For a prevalent peace and prosperity in the Middle Eastern geography, we need to finalize the Israeli-Palestinian conflict once and for all through the establishment of a two-state solution. This is something that we strongly support. We have to preserve the historical and cultural identity of Jerusalem, and we have to respect Harem Sharif. And we have to stop the illegal settlements in the occupied regions through establishing a security for the lives and the commodities of the Palestinians. We have to establish a permanent and a fair solution for the region, with Eastern Jerusalem becoming a capital, and through establishing a free and sovereign Palestinian state. There are no other solutions whatsoever than this. This is going to be for the best interests of the world, for the Palestinian people, for the Israeli people, and for the region. And we are going to contribute our efforts in order for that to be possible. And it is our international community's responsibility to help the Palestinian Refugee Assistance Agency of the United Nations to have an increased financial capacity. At the same time, we are closely concerned about the problems deriving from Iran. We have always supported the JPAC. We need diplomacy and dialogue in order to settle the disputes about the nuclear program of Iran once and for all. And we want solutions to be created once and for all. And Azerbaijan has to free the occupied lands once and for all. And we have a historical opportunity to make sure that a permanent peace and stability can be established in southern Caucasia. As Turkey, we have been very supportive of the process going on between Azerbaijan and Armenian, and we have taken significant steps forward in order to make the utmost use of this opportunity that avails itself. Recent conflicts had shed an obscure shadow upon these positive developments, but we believe still that a permanent peace can be established between these two countries. We will always be by the side of our Azerbaijani brothers and sisters so that they can build their homes, build their future in a legitimate and a justified fashion. The transportation connections in our region is a concern of us as well, and if we were to open those connections once again, it will contribute tremendously to the welfare of the entire region. At the same time, almost for the last 50 years, Afghanistan has been fighting against conflict, terrorism, and poverty, and still Afghanistan is going through a significant and a challenging time. The intermediary government will have to take necessary steps forward in order to ensure fundamental rights and liberties for the human beings. And we believe that there might be certain promising developments there. And we will keep on supporting our Afghani brothers and sisters during this process. India and Pakistan, after having established their sovereignty and independence 75 years ago, they still haven't established peace and solidarity between one another. And this is much unfortunate. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir. And we would like to extend our condolences sincerely to the people of Pakistan because of the disaster floods that they had experienced quite recently. And after the flood, we had launched humanitarian aid campaigns, which are still sustained. And we would like to call out to the international community to help the people of Pakistan as they are going through this most unfortunate and painful time. The Rohingya Muslims will have to go back to their motherlands in a safe, secure, and a voluntary and a dignified fashion, and we are supporting that in every extent possible. And we are very sensitive towards the protection of the fundamental rights and the liberties of the Muslim Uyghur Turks in such a way that will never threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of China. In the Balkans, we are investing tremendous efforts in order for peace and prosperity to be strengthened and for the disputes to be settled once and for all through dialogue in multiple platforms. And at the beginning of September, we had launched an official visit, including to Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, and Croatia. Once after the elections have been positively finalized in Bosnia-Herzegovina, I think it is going to contribute tremendously to the dialogue process between Belgrade and Pristina, and it will contribute tremendously to the stability of the region. As Turkey, in the Aegean Sea and in the Eastern Mediterranean, we want all the problems to be settled once and for all within the framework of good neighborly relations and in compliance with the international law. I think those countries who are going after adventures in our region are making themselves feel funny, which are no equivalent to us at all. In the Eastern Mediterranean, peace and stability depends on respecting the rights of all the parties involved. We expect Greece to leave escalation and provocation policies to one side and respond to our calls for cooperation and solidarity. We believe that the Eastern Mediterranean Conference that we had recommended previously will serve this very purpose. Our interlocutors, unfortunately, had never taken a positive step forward in order to respond to this call, and it clearly states who supports provocation and conflict and who supports peace and stability. We will always defend our rights in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean at the farthest extent, and we will never yield to the escalation strategies led by other countries. Even in the Cyprus issue, we want to reach a settlement once and for all in a fair, permanent, and a just and a sustainable way. And we have always been working together with the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in order for that to be possible. On this island, there are two states and there are two different nations, and this should be accepted by all. It is the key for a solution of the problems in the island of Cyprus to accept that the Turkish Cypriots have equal and sovereign rights, and that their international statuses to be accepted. We would like to ask the international community to stop imposing sanctions upon the Turkish Cypriots and to eliminate all forms of embargo and stop this tyranny once and for all. Greece is a member of the European Union, and they are pushing back the refugees in the Aegean Sea in a very inhumane fashion. And they are also imposing certain policies upon the Turkish minorities which are of Muslim descent, neglecting all their legal responsibilities. So what we want to see is to see Greece finalizing these efforts and ask the European Union to be more considerate instead of turning a blind eye towards these violations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every challenge that we experience on a global and a regional fashion, we see that solidarity between Turkey and the EU is very much significant. Turkey is celebrating the 70th anniversary of joining NATO. We are a very strong ally of NATO. We have diplomatic initiatives and we have military capabilities that are contributing to the security of the Europe and the Atlantic. We are trying to provide to the security and stability and the welfare of the European continent in every extent possible, and we are the Asian on the western coast of Europe, and we are leading certain initiatives such as Asia Again in order to become much more proactive. We are trying to establish closer contacts and solidarity with the African countries as a result of the recent global initiatives that we have taken up. Within that framework, between 16th and 18th of December 2021, with the large participation of our African friends, we have managed to hold the third Turkey and Africa Partnership Summit in Istanbul. Turkey is always showcasing its commitment to the African journey for stability, for development, and for welfare as an equal partner. And our cooperation with Latin America is getting stronger based on mutual respect. And we are going to be institutionally investing in our efforts to become much more proactive in Latin America. We are being shaken by several challenges that we encounter, and we believe that the biggest threat we have at hand is the loss of will to coexist together. And that's something that I would like to underline. We are deeply concerned of the skyrocketing levels of xenophobia, of discrimination, of Islamophobia, and of racism. And we had launched an appeal over this platform to call that March 15th will be called a day for Fight Against Islamophobia Day as a result of the attack that took place against the Muslims in New Zealand. And we would like to underline that appeal again. First, within the OIC and within the General Assembly of the United Nations, we have taken certain decisions in order for that day to be declared as a Fight Against Islamophobia Day. We hope and pray that it will be a possibility. We hope and pray that this day will be declared as a day to fight Islamophobia. As I have previously stated, Islamophobia is equal to anti-Semitism, and it is a crime against humanity. And with these thoughts, I hope and pray that the 77th of the General Assembly of the United Nations will be able to accomplish the targets which will respond to the expectations and the aspirations of the entire human race. I hope and pray that you will stay in health and stay in peace. I would like to salute you all with love and respect on behalf of my personal self and on behalf of my nation. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. Before proceeding, may I kindly ask delegations to remember that the time limits allotted for a national intervention is 15 minutes. Delegations will be highly appreciated to stick to these time limits. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency.
Dear Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, dear Secretary General, I would like to sincerely congratulate the brotherly Hungary on the election of its High Representative as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish the Honorable Csaba Kőrösi every success in such an important international position. The Kyrgyz Republic is always ready to provide its support to you. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the President of the previous session of the UN General Assembly, for his hard work during the difficult times for the world community, as well as for supporting the international initiatives of our country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations was established 77 years ago after the worst world war in the history of the mankind. Perhaps the founding states of the UN who signed the international agreement to establish the organization in San Francisco in 1945 naively believed that wars, destruction, hunger, and suffering would end forever? I don't think so. Success can always be achieved if there is a mutual understanding that disputes and disagreements must be resolved in a spirit of good faith and compromise. In the history of UN, there have been many important victories and successes. Although conflicts occur with varying degrees of severity in different regions of the world, the UN has played an important unifying role as a moral authority in maintaining peace and security and providing for people's needs and wants. Now, in the conditions of unprecedented complication of the geopolitical situation in the world, which has created alarming expectations in the international community due to the threat of the destruction of the fundamental foundations of peaceful coexistence and inevitably of a major war, it is important for all of us to remember the high goals and objectives that were fixed in the UN Charter, namely, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of peace, and to bring about peaceful means in conformity with the principles of justice and international law. Adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of peace. To develop a friendly relation among the nations based on the principles of equal rights and self-determination. Ever since our country became a state, we have consistently strictly followed the UN Charter and have been fulfilling our duties in good faith. This March marked the exactly 30 years since our country joined the United Nations. And recently, on August 31st, we celebrated the 31st anniversary of the independence of the Kyrgyz Republic. We always strive to resolve our international disputes by peaceful means. In international relations, we always refrain from the threat or use of force as against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. Looking back at the thorny path passed by our country, we highly appreciate the multifaceted contribution of the UN to the formation of Kyrgyzstan as an independent and sovereign state, an equal and responsible member of the international community. Our people will never forget the support and assistance of the UN family in the formation of political, public, and civil institutions, the strengthening of democracy, and the development of market economy. On behalf of our generous people and on my own behalf, I express my gratitude to all the leaders and the staff of UN system who sincerely and selflessly helped us to realize the century-old dream of Kyrgyz people to create their own independent state. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. President, taking this opportunity, I would like to present to the world community from this high tribune the actual situation that is developing on the southern borders of our country, taking into account the latest events related to the another aggravation of situation on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. First, let me briefly touch on the history. The collapse of the Soviet Union in December 1991 paved the way for territorial disputes and border problems. Some of them have not been regulated to this day. If there were more than 20 disputes areas along the entire perimeter of the Soviet-Chinese border, 5 of them were in Kyrgyzstan. I want to proudly remind the world community that we have successfully completed issues of border regulation, first with the Republic of China in 1996, and jointly with the Republic of Kazakhstan at that point of intersection of the state borders or 3 countries in 1999, then with the Republic of Kazakhstan in 2017. We have now practically completed our joint work and are about to sign the agreement on the state border with the Republic of Uzbekistan. I am pleased to note that the state borders with these 3 neighboring countries have become the borders of peace, good neighborliness, friendship, and mutually beneficial cooperation. With regard to relations with the Republic of Tajikistan, I would like to note the following. Our 2 close neighboring peoples have been living side by side for a long time. We are united by common values, culture, traditions, and customs. We share the same faith. Our people are intertwined by family ties. Our legendary father Manaz was married to a Tajik princess Khanakay. I would like to remind also legally the collapse of Soviet Union occurred in December 21st, 1991 in the city of Almaty of the Republic of Kazakhstan, when the heads of 11 newly independent states adopted the Almaty Declaration on the creation of Commonwealth of Independent States. The declaration stated that independent states recognize and respect each other's territorial integrity and the inviolability of existing borders. They indicate that strengthening of relation of friendship, good neighborliness, and mutual beneficial cooperation, which have historical roots, meets the fundamental interest of people and serve the cause for peace and security. It is written that the countries sense their responsibility to maintain civil peace and international harmony. This legal document was signed by the presidents of 11 states, presidents of 11 CIS member states, including the Republic of Tajikistan. This principle was confirmed by the president of Tajikistan, Emomali Rahmon, in Moscow Declaration of the CIS on respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and immunity of borders of the state parties of the Commonwealth of Independent States, dated April 15, 1994. He signed it and agreed. It is a pity that he is deviating from this principle now. He made his first official visit to the Kyrgyz Republic in 1998 after the end of the bloody civil war in Tajikistan. Later, two bilateral interstate agreements were concluded between the Kyrgyz Republic and the Republic of Tajikistan. The agreement on basic interstate relations of July 12, 1996, and the agreement on good neighborly and partnership relations of May 26, 2004. I want to note that both agreements were signed in Dushanbe. Dear Mr. President, from the very beginning of work on settlement of border issues between our two states, the Kyrgyz side has always acted in full compliance with its international obligations, including bilateral ones, conducted negotiations in a constructive manner, offering mutually beneficial compromise. I would like to note that in April 2021, the armed forces of Tajikistan launched an unjustified and provoked large-scale aggression against the territory of the Kyrgyz Republic, killing 36 citizens and causing serious material damage. Although my decision to meet the President of the Republic of Tajikistan in Dushanbe was heavily criticized by the Kyrgyz people, who demanded that I meet in a natural location. Nonetheless, I flew to Dushanbe and met with Mr. President Rahmon in June last year to try and find a mutually beneficial solutions to the border issues. For the sake of my people, I am ready to spend not only 10 hours on negotiations as on that day, but to spend as much time as possible to solve this issue once and for all. Of course, whatever the solution, it should be mutually beneficial. It is all more painful for me to report that on September 14th, 15th, and 16th of this year, large-scale clashes took place in the south of Kyrgyzstan. Despite all previous negotiations agreements, the Tajik side with ill intention attacked the border and civilian objects along the entire perimeter of the Kyrgyz-Tajik state borders. About 140,000 of our civilians have been evacuated from the border settlements. They are now being provided with necessary assistance. In this regard, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the UN system, our friends and partners for their solidarity and support. Great material damage was caused to civilian and military facilities, houses, administrative buildings, schools, frontier posts. Be what may, any material damage can be restored. However, you cannot return the lives of our citizens who were fired upon and brave defenders who died fighting for their homeland and sacrificed their lives. We will never forget the bravery of our courageous soldiers. We are deeply saddened by the unjustified armed aggressions by Tajikistan, even though there are international agreements and obligations that have been established between our countries. Pacta sunt servanda, Latin for agreements must be kept, as the saying goes. We are ready to continue the negotiation process in any format with our Tajik neighbors through civilized and legal ways. Taking into account that our trust has been weakened by the recent lawless actions of our neighbor, we are ready to continue negotiations and welcome mediation efforts by the international organizations, including the UN, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the Collective Security Treaty Organization. We have documented evidence of the previous years and yesterday's illegal and ill-intentioned actions of the Tajik side. We are never the first one to start and never will. We always try to avoid using weapons and even more so never shoot at unarmed civilians. We are always forced to respond accordingly and adequately to the aggression of the Tajik side. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the following. The Kyrgyz side does not claim foreign lands, nor does it intend to give a centimeter of its land to anyone. We are convinced that all border and internal issues should be resolved over the negotiation table, and there is such will and readiness on our part. The most important issue today is the adoption of urgent measures to ensure security and stability in the border areas, stop any actions aimed at increasing tensions among the local population, and strengthen the trust between our two states. We are always ready for negotiations and clarification of our borders. Dear Mr. President, regarding the general UN issues, I would like to note the following. This year, as half of the implementation period of the UN Sustainable Development Goals until 2030 has passed, and we can now objectively look at the real situation we have at hand. The adoption of the SDGs in 2015 under the motto "Leave no one behind" was a bright example of the constructive negotiation capacity of the world community in the interests of all of us and subsequent generations. Meanwhile, it has already become obvious that due to objective circumstances, including due to the coronavirus pandemic, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in developing countries, including our country, has slowed down. And without adequate international funding, many of them may not even achieve the critical indicators of the SDGs. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation, taking into account the national capacity. I believe that our country's own potential should be the main source and engine for sustainable development. For this purpose, our efforts are aimed at achieving an accelerated and qualitative growth of the economy, including through mutually beneficial regional and international trade and investment cooperation. For example, Kyrgyzstan actively participates in the integration and cooperation processes, including the Eurasian Economic Union and the One Belt, One Road initiative of the People's Republic of China. On my part, I want to confirm the firm commitment of the Kyrgyz Republic to the SDGs and their gradual implementation, taking into account national capacity. I believe that our country's own potential should be the main source and engine of sustainable development. For the purpose, achieving an accelerated, for example, Kyrgyzstan, our esteemed neighbors, The country is actively developing the locomotive of green economy. Hydropower industry, small, medium and sized hydropower plants are being put into operation. Our esteemed neighbors, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, will participate in the construction of the largest hydroelectric power station, Khambarata, because this will strengthen the energy security and optimize the use of our water resource in the region. In general, I want to note the spirit of unity, understanding, trust and support, which was demonstrated in the city of Cholpon-Ata 2 months ago when the fourth consultative meeting of the heads of states of Central Asia was held under the chairmanship of Kyrgyzstan. I hope that the signing by all parties of the Cholpon-Ata Agreement on friendship, good neighborliness and cooperation for the development of Central Asia in the 21st century will open a new page in our interstate relations. We are committed to continuing work in this format. Dear Secretary General, dear ladies and gentlemen, at the end of my speech, I want to assure you that Kyrgyzstan fully supports the UN as the only universal structure authorized by all of us, the member states of the UN, to solve the challenges faced by humanity. I hope that UN will continue to properly perform all its functions and its assist member states in overcoming challenges and solving urgent global problems. I urge all member states to provide unconditional political support and solidarity to the organization in this difficult international time. Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, first of all, I congratulate Mr. Qureshi on his election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. We meet here at UN headquarters at a critical time for humanity. The world of today appears to have entered a new, increasingly bitter period of geopolitical confrontation. The long-standing international system based on order and responsibility is giving way to a new, more chaotic and unpredictable one. The global system of checks and balances has failed to maintain peace and stability. The security architecture is eroding. Mutual distrust between global powers is dangerously deepening. The world is falling prey to a new set of military conflicts. For the first time in 2 generations, we face the prospect of the use of nuclear weapons, and not even as a last resort. New fault lines are creating artificial barriers and economic isolation. Economic and political sanctions have become a new norm which erodes the supply chains that ensure food security, threatening millions, especially in vulnerable communities. These problems contribute to the mounting challenges of soaring inflation, job losses, and fears of a worldwide recession, especially for developing nations. And finally, these crises severely hamper the urgent action we all agreed to combat climate change and enhance sustainable development. Some 77 years ago, the founding members placed within the United Nations Charter the principles and the norms of international law that have successfully guided us ever since. There is nothing more important now than to return to the foundational principles that lie at the root of this universal organization. In particular, we must rethink the linkages between three primordial principles: the sovereign equality of states, the territorial integrity of states, and peaceful coexistence between states. These three principles are interdependent. To respect one is to respect the other two. To undermine one is to undermine the other two. When the global disarmament regime, both conventional and nuclear, weakens, these three principles are threatened. Conversely, as these three principles are respected, they grow in strength. Together, they become the basis for greater interstate cooperation at every level: sub-regional, regional, and global. This is the global prosperity dividend. This system of values embodied in the United Nations remains a beacon of hope for millions of people in different parts of our planet. We must staunchly defend these values, the United Nations as its core, and the spirit of cooperation which underpins it. In other words, we cannot simply shrug our shoulders and agree with polarization and division. We cannot afford indecision or narrow interests detrimental to this common heritage and our collective good. Too much is at stake. Therefore, Kazakhstan stands ready to cooperate with all relevant actors in a spirit of inclusiveness, multilateralism, and goodwill. I am convinced that the challenges of our time can only be overcome by countries acting together. To achieve our shared goals, we must go forward in the following directions. The multiple and often interconnected crises of recent years have exposed significant gaps in global governance. They have highlighted the need to modernize and reform the United Nations. The UN must be better prepared for future challenges and opportunities. In this respect, Kazakhstan welcomed the proposals in the report of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm the Charter of the United Nations, reinvigorate multilateralism, boost implementation of existing commitments, agree on concrete solutions to new challenges, and restore trust among member states. We look forward to contributing to the consultations at the ministerial meeting next year and to the holding of the 2024 Summit of the Future. We must move from simply responding to global challenges and crises to preventing and better predicting emerging trends and integrating our assessments into strategic planning and policy making. For this very purpose, Kazakhstan proposed 30 years ago the idea of convening the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia. In the context of new challenges and threats, we hope to transform SICA into full-fledged international organization at the upcoming summit in October in Astana to contribute to global mediation and peacemaking. With only 8 years until 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals are hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic, a triple planetary crisis. It means climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, and conflicts around the world. We need to get back on track before it's too late. Our top priority must be build resilience to future turmoil and ensure sustainable, equitable, and inclusive recovery. To this end, we need a frank dialogue between East and West and a new global security paradigm based on the principles of mutual trust and multifaceted cooperation. Given the current crisis and increased geopolitical tensions, there is an acute need for a process under the United Nations auspices that can lead to détente and conflict prevention. Kazakhstan has suffered terribly from past nuclear weapons testing, so we understand very clearly the dangers of escalating tensions between nuclear powers. For this reason, nuclear disarmament has become a key part of Kazakh foreign policy, and we will be continuously struggling for a world free of nuclear arsenals. Despite some progress in this area, unfortunately, the whole record is not that positive. We are alarmed by the increased rivalry and rhetoric of nuclear states. We are also concerned at the lack of progress made by the NPT review conferences. Elaborating new mechanisms to ensure disarmament and non-proliferation is a daunting task ahead. Similarly, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to manage and reduce biological risks and dangers. It should be of universal concern that we still rely on the Biological Weapons Convention, now 50 years old, without any effort to create an agency or body for international cooperation. In this context, I would like to reiterate my earlier proposal to establish an international agency for biological safety. Along with threats to international security, climate change requires greater international cooperation and solidarity as well. Around the world, people are facing existential threats from weather and environmental change. If we are to turn this tide, we need more action, and we need it fast. Many of us have taken bold steps already. In Kazakhstan, we have pledged the total transformation of the oil and coal-dependent energy sector into a net zero economy by 2060. To save our planet, we need investment at greater levels than we have ever seen. However, climate action cannot come at the expense of development or modernization. Therefore, at COP27 later this year, member states, as well as the global business community, must once again scale up their commitment to greater climate finance. That agenda relates directly to the global food security crisis. My country, as the world's 7th largest grain producer, is the breadbasket of Central Asia. We are committed to utilizing this agricultural potential to fight global food insecurity. Kazakhstan will continue to act as a reliable supplier of grain and other food staples, first of all to the poorest countries. It also intends to grow its cooperation with the Islamic Food Security Organization located in Kazakhstan, as well as other United Nations agencies. It's imperative in this connection to exclude food and fertilizers from any sanctions and restrictions whatsoever. Once again, current economic and social upheavals require a collective effort. Commitment to the 2030 Agenda remains an integral part of our national and global agenda. In addition, fair trade regimes are crucial to global economic recovery. In this context, I would like to commend the constructive decisions coming out of the 12th WTO Ministerial Conference chaired by Kazakhstan. The current geopolitical situation also highlights the importance of a reliable and diversified global transit and transport infrastructure. We are seeing this in our own region. Kazakhstan, the largest landlocked developing country, is becoming a vital Asian land corridor to Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or Middle Corridor, has received a new impetus. We expect cargo volume through Kazakhstan to increase significantly in the years ahead. We must ensure that the Caspian Sea becomes a sea of peace and new opportunities. In the months ahead, Kazakhstan will help mitigate the most immediate impacts of limited access to energy and critical raw materials caused by trade and supply chain disruptions. In the long term, we aim to diversify our sources of energy with a particular focus on green hydrogen and renewables. Speaking about Central Asia, we should bear in mind that it has already become a region of vast opportunities for international cooperation. Together with our Central Asian partners, we are committed to strengthening political interaction and deepening economic ties to move our region forward. We agreed to coexist as good neighbors and diversify our cooperation. This credo is based on our significant natural and agricultural resources, human capital, transport and transit potential. We are a buffer market between East and West, South and North. We intend to work together with all stakeholders to address a pressing regional agenda that includes climate change, the Aral Sea, rational use of water resources, border delimitation, combating extremism, and expanding intra-regional trade. That's why we consider it important to establish the United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Kazakhstan sees the future Afghanistan as a truly independent, neutral, united, prosperous state living in peace with its neighbors. Therefore, we support the difficult process of nation building in that country, including life-saving humanitarian assistance. Dear colleagues, as President of Kazakhstan, I am absolutely committed to build a just Kazakhstan, one in which every citizen has the same opportunities, rights, and protections. Justice in my country must prevail. Law and order will become pillars of our society. The most important part of this path is transformative political reform. Presidential and parliamentary elections will be held in Kazakhstan over the coming months. According to my proposal, the presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. It's a real breakthrough in developing democracy in Kazakhstan. At the same time, we will be firmly adhering to my formula of a strong president, authoritative parliament, accountable government. I am convinced this formula excellently serves the national interests of Kazakhstan. We also aim to demonopolize the economy. We are taking steps to ensure that the wealthiest in our society play their part in our quest for a just Kazakhstan, along with diversifying our economy and increasing investments in human capital. Recently, I initiated the creation of a national fund for children. Starting in 2024, 50% of the investment income from the National Welfare Fund will be allocated to special savings accounts for children until their adulthood. These funds could be used for education or housing purposes. A special private charity fund for the people of Kazakhstan also now provides assistance to ordinary citizens for healthcare, education, and social security aims. We aim to further expand the empowerment and participation of women in economic and public life. Comprehensive national transformation is not a simple process, and there will be certainly pitfalls and bumps in the road. But if we are firmly to meet the expectations of Kazakh citizens, we cannot deviate from this strategic path. Over the past 3 years, we have carried out substantial transformations through 4 packages of political reforms. For example, new laws passed by the parliament simplified political parties' registration and reduced the threshold for parties to enter parliament from 7% to 5%. To promote a wider involvement of citizens in governance, there is now a mandatory 30% quota for women and young people in electoral party lists. To make local administration more accountable, local mayors are now directly elected. To foster a more open culture between society and government, we have changed the law on peaceful assembly. Government authorization is no longer required. Following its international commitments on the fundamental right to life and human dignity, Kazakhstan abolished the death penalty. A just Kazakhstan depends on our multi-ethnic and multi-confessional solidarity. The unity in diversity principle will be preserved at all costs. Last week, the 7th Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions was successfully held in Kazakhstan. The Congress once again highlighted the importance of religious tolerance, dialogue, and mediation. We are ready to build bridges and provide platforms for dialogue wherever needed. Dear friends, this year marks 30 years of Kazakhstan-United Nations partnership. The organization has contributed strongly to the formation and strengthening of independent Kazakhstan. Over that period, we have worked for the aims of the Charter in all major UN organs, from ECOSOC to the Human Rights Council and to the Security Council. Kazakhstan will remain at the forefront of advancing a more modern, efficient, transparent, and accountable organization. Never in history have we had such a need for responsible leadership for the next generations. Remembering our past makes us responsible for our future. Together with you, we will spare no effort toward building a safer, more sustainable, and prosperous global community. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Excellency. And before proceeding, may I just kindly remind delegations that the agreed time limits for the national interventions are 15 minutes, and you are kindly requested to adhere to this agreement. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. I request the protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank and On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of State of Qatar, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Kasaba Qureshi for assuming the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish him all success. I express our deepest appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, the President of the 76th session, for his efforts. We highly value the efforts made by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his efforts to enhance the role of the UN and achieve its goals. Mr. President, our world has become a global village. Our issues, our concerns are intertwined. Our world has changed at an accelerated pace. The effects of any environmental incident, an economic crisis, a military confrontation reverberate globally. However, our approaches, our methods have not developed at the same pace to keep abreast of these revolutionary changes. Whether one believes that our world is unipolar or multipolar, global policy are still being managed according to the logic of uneven capacities and different interests and priorities, and not according to the logic of one humanity, one world. And I mean specifically that global crises are being managed based on narrow interests, based on the marginalization of international law, and relying on the balances of powers, not based on the Charter of the United Nations and the respect of states' sovereignty. We lack deterring mechanisms, and we are not able to punish those who violate sovereignty. The international community is unable to impose settlements when the stronger party rejects those settlements. In these circumstances, the behavior of world leaders, their wisdom comes to the fore, their commitment to justice in dealing with other countries. Mr. President, we are fully aware of the complexities of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and the international and global dimension to this crisis. However, we still call for an immediate ceasefire and peaceful settlement, because this is ultimately what will happen regardless of how long this conflict will go on for. Perpetuating the crisis will not change this result. It will only increase the number of casualties, and it will increase the disastrous repercussions on Europe, Russia, and the global economy. On a different note, I don't think the representatives of the different countries present here need to be reminded that the Palestinian question remains without solution. Failure to implement international resolutions, and in light of the continuous change of the situation on the ground, the occupation and its settlement activities is pursuing a policy of fait accompli. This will change the rules of the conflict and will change the format of solidarity in the future. At this juncture, I stress that we stand in full solidarity with the brotherly Palestinian people in its aspiration to achieve justice. The Security Council must shoulder its responsibility and must compel Israel to end the occupation of Palestinian territories and to establish a Palestinian state along the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. Remaining in our region, the international community was not able to hold war criminals in Syria accountable. What is even more disappointing is that some are trying to turn the page of the Syrian crisis, ignoring the sacrifices, the significant sacrifices made by the blighted Syrian people without fulfilling its aspirations, without ensuring the unity of Syria and ensuring peace and security. The United Nations should not accept that the political track would be confined to the so-called Constitutional Committee under its auspices. The Syrian crisis has taught us a very important lesson about what can happen when the international community lacks a long-term vision in dealing with the suffering of people from unlimited injustice, destitution, and civil wars. Soon enough, accompanying phenomena such as the refugees issues become the problems that we actually have to focus on. We highly value the role played by countries that have hosted Syrian refugees, but we have to remind you that it is important to address the reasons for crisis before having to deal with the repercussions of crisis. In Libya, we call for immediate measures at the global level to continue the political process and to agree on a constitutional basis for elections and to unify states' institutions. We all are aware that it is impossible to restore the state without unifying military forces and without rehabilitating armed factions into one national army. Any party that rejects this solution must be renounced and held accountable. In Yemen, there is a glimmer of hope as parties have agreed to a temporary truce. We look forward to a comprehensive, durable ceasefire to pave the way for negotiations among Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the National Dialogue and the GCC initiative, in addition to relevant Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2216. We hope national consensus would be achieved in Iraq, Lebanon, and Sudan. Political elites must be up to the task so that citizens are able to achieve their aspirations. This would ensure the unity of the people, the unity of the nations, and ensure also that the diversity at the same time. This is not only possible, this is actually extremely realistic if there is will, if there is willingness to make concessions, to reach settlements, if the approach of quotas on ethnic grounds is abandoned, as this approach is rejected by young generations. Mr. President, we in Qatar believe in the need to achieve a just agreement on Iran's nuclear program that takes into account the concerns of all parties and that established a region free of nuclear weapons. A solution that also recognizes the right of the Iranian people to benefit from nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. There is no alternative to this agreement. This agreement would contribute to the stability and security of the region and will open the door for more dialogue and to achieving regional security. In Afghanistan, we call upon all parties to maintain the gains of the Doha peace process and build on it. That includes ensuring that Afghanistan does not become a safe haven for extremist terrorist groups. Only then the Afghani people would enjoy the long-awaited prosperity and stability. We have stressed time and again the importance of protecting civilians in Afghanistan and respecting human rights, including women's rights and the right of girls to education, and achieving national reconciliation among all segments of Afghani society. We also warned against the isolation of Afghanistan, as this can be counterproductive. Ladies and gentlemen, due to lack of global coordination and balanced planning of energy policies over many decades, we are now all facing an unprecedented energy crisis. Around 1 billion people around the world are living without a main reliable energy source. The crisis of the war in Ukraine might be new. However, having a political crisis turn into an energy crisis, that is not new. This situation has been exacerbating silently even before the war in Ukraine. Decades of pressure to stop investing in fossil fuels before having sustainable alternatives friendly environmentally friendly and alternatives. That led to significant shortage in energy supplies. Of course, climate change and the protection of the environment compel us all to diversify energy sources. But in the meantime, we still have to supply energy. We have to be realistic and we have to recognize that the future of energy will include a combination of different energy sources, such as solar energy, hydrogen, wind energy, and also hydrocarbons. As Qatar has continued to invest in liquefied natural gas for decades now, we have been able to expand the North Gas field. This will play a significant role in alleviating the energy crisis in many parts of the world. When it comes to basic commodities, such as energy, food, and medication, exporters bear a very special responsibility that exceeds commercial responsibility. They must be reliable and they must respect agreements. Banning the transit of these commodities, banning their export or import during times of political crisis, and imposing blockades on affected countries is not acceptable, just as it is not acceptable to use these commodities as tools of war, tools of conflict. They are not weapons. It is equally unacceptable to use water sources as if they were political tools. Mr. President, maybe the situation of the world today paints a very bleak picture of the future of humanity, but we believe in dialogue and joint action, and all parties attempt to understand each other, putting ourselves in each other's shoes, to see things from the other's perspective. Medium-sized and small countries are most in need of rules that govern international relations. Relying on major powers should not be a reason to abandon communication among each other. We all have a role to play. What appears today to be impossible will be a reality if we have the vision, the will, and the good intentions. The approach pursued by Qatar is an approach that focuses on national development domestically and pursuing a foreign policy based on achieving a balance between principles and interests. We have also focused on being a mediator to settle disputes with peaceful means. We are aware of our responsibility as a source of energy, and that, or rather, we have proved to be a reliable partner. Qatar will welcome the world this year when we host the World Cup 2022. The challenge that has started 12 years ago required genuine resolve, considerable planning, and hard work. And here we are today, ready to receive teams and spectators from all around the world. We're opening our doors in Doha to them without discrimination so that they can all enjoy the excitement, so that they can all see with their own eyes the development that my country has achieved. The World Cup is being organized for the first time in a Muslim Arab country, and the first time in the Middle East generally. The world will see that medium-sized and small countries are able to host global events with great success. Those countries are able to create an environment conducive to interaction among the peoples of the world. This event has already had a positive effect. Brotherly Arab nations have welcomed the so-called Haya card, which offers a visa to enter Qatar and also to enter other Arab countries. This card was welcomed by the public as well, and it has also incentivized Arab nations to look forward to a future where there are no barriers among the peoples. The Qatari people will open its arms to welcome football fans from all around the world. I quote the Holy Quran: "We created you as races and tribes so that you can get to know each other, regardless of our different religions, our different ideologies. Our duty is to overcome these barriers, to extend the hand of friends, to build friendship, to build the bridges of understanding. On behalf of my country, I invite you all to come to Qatar and to enjoy this unique World Cup. I welcome you all. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for his statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I offer my sincere congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Javad Qureshi for assuming the presidency of the UN General Assembly. I hope that the 77th session of the UNGA, under your leadership, will bring together the wisdom of each member state so as to shape a better world. I also express my deepest respect to Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless devotion as he embarks upon his second term. Under the United Nations Charter, we are called upon to endeavor to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. When freedom of any individual in a nation comes under threat, members of the community must join hands to remove the threat and defend freedom. Likewise, when freedom of any citizen or nation in the global community is in peril, it is the community of nations that must stand together in solidarity to defend that freedom. Our modern history testifies to the process of our solidarity and unity in safeguarding freedom and pushing our civilization forward. Today, plagued by the attempts to alter the status quo by force, nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction, and systemic violations of human rights, the global community is yet again witnessing freedom and peace of its citizens put in jeopardy. Such threats to freedom and peace must be overcome through solidarity and fearless commitment to the framework of universal global norms consolidated over the years within the United Nations system. The theme of the UNGA session this year, the watershed moment, encapsulates the gravity of the global crisis confronting us, which underscores the solemn role of the United Nations. The first step in our journey to seek answers that will help us through these turbulent times begins with solidarity and deference to the universally accepted global norms as well as the UN system established over the past decades. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and honorable delegates, as humanity strives to defend freedom and build lasting peace, the UN's role is indispensable. Genuine freedom is not just being free from the shackles, but having opportunities to live life to the fullest with dignity. Genuine peace is not an absence of war, but removing conflict and enmity that hold back shared progress of humanity, and building the foundation for greater prosperity of humanity. Genuine freedom and peace can turn into reality when we are free from disease and hunger, free from illiteracy and free from want of energy and culture. In this regard, the United Nations has been exerting great endeavors through the UN ECOSOC and UNESCO, among others. Yet, it is now urged to take on a broader role and responsibility. To tackle the challenges brought on by the pandemic, the UN must play a central role in bringing the community of nations together to decisively step up their support for countries with limited fiscal space and technical expertise. In pursuit of the global agenda for decarbonization, countries with leading green technologies must work to unsparingly share new and renewable energy technologies with other countries. In the era of digital sophistication, one of the most urgent tasks for the global community and the UN is promoting global cooperation to narrow the digital divide, which exacerbates polarization between nations. Countries at the forefront of digital innovation must offer broader assistance for digital education, technology transfer, and investment, while the UN must redouble its efforts to mobilize support to that end.
의장님.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, notwithstanding the recent fiscal consolidation, scaled up support for those who are in need with resources secured through expenditure restructuring. At home, we're offering more assistance to socially vulnerable groups, and abroad, we increased our official development assistance budget. Just as broadening support for the socially disadvantaged groups lays the groundwork for sustainable prosperity, support for nations of the world facing challenges will render global freedom and peace more sustainable. As a responsible member of the international community, Korea is committed to playing its due responsibility and role for the freedom of global citizens and prosperity of the global community. Korea has accelerated research development for COVID-19 therapeutics and vaccines, pledging $300 million toward the ACT-A initiative and $30 million to the Financial Intermediary Fund of the World Bank, among others, thereby expanding its contributions to building a more robust global health architecture. We're also taking part in negotiations to reach a pandemic accord under the World Health Organization. To ensure a more effective response to future infectious disease outbreaks, Korea will host a ministerial meeting of the Global Health Security Agenda in Seoul this November. In addition, Korea will remarkably increase its contribution to the Global Fund, joining forces with our partners in our fight against infectious diseases, including AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Turning to the issue of climate change, Korea will scale up its green ODA, help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future, and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Over the years, Korea has been transferring and sharing its e-government digital technology with developing countries and many others. The Korean government is pushing forward with its plan to transform itself into a digital platform government. It is an ambitious initiative to remarkably upgrade our democracy, public service, and welfare through digital technology. We will continue to more widely share our advanced digital technology and data and spare no effort in providing support and in investing in education. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, as we seek answers to the global crisis we're faced with, the viability of the UN system and the universal global norms architecture is now under test. The crisis confronting us will only be resolved when we stand firmly in solidarity to share the universal value of freedom and work together to uphold and spread our freedom. In this vein, we must more firmly support the system of the UN anchored in a spirit of freedom and solidarity, as well as the normative frameworks that have thus been universally recognized in the international community. Any attempt to turn away from the UN system and universal norms will divide the global community into blocks, further compounding the crisis and turmoil. We must more rigorously identify the nature and the roots of the problems that lie before us. The international community must vigorously endeavor to share responsibility and join whenever necessary forces to resolve the challenges we face. Once again, I call upon global citizens and leaders of the world for their resolute and enduring support for the UN system and universal global norms as we seek answers in this watershed moment. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the very first mission of the United Nations after its founding was to approve the Republic of Korea as the sole legitimate government on the Korean Peninsula and to defend the freedom of my country by sending over UN forces during the Korean War. Thanks to such efforts by the United Nations, Korea was able to become what it is today. As such, the Republic of Korea will protect and expand the freedom of global citizens. And together with the United Nations, we will fulfill our responsibilities to promote peace and prosperity around the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State, ladies and gentlemen. This traditional meeting brings us together with the great responsibility of exchanging ideas and generating commitments to secure this intergovernmental public sphere, which is so necessary to provide responses to the shared crises facing our nations. At this, my final appearance here as head of state, I wish to underscore the commitment of the Republic of Paraguay as a member of the international community to continue contributing to building a world which fully upholds fundamental freedoms, peaceful conflict resolution, dignified living conditions for all, and an unwavering fight against organized crime. All of these areas are affected by factors of a global scale. Before the economic and social consequences of the pandemic had entirely dissipated, already we were faced with the impact of belligerence in the international context. Our peoples, therefore, faced the difficult situation of observing the shortcomings of national and international institutions in tackling emergencies. In such circumstances, the main challenge that we have consists of containing the unleashing of projects which manipulate genuine public annoyance to advance demagogical and despotic actions. And we cannot have any truck with discourse which seeks, by misleading, to sacrifice liberty. The world requires, more than ever, temperance, dialogue, and moderation. We are living in times which require tangible political commitment and not generic approaches. All the more so in the post-pandemic years, which are likely to be difficult and which will require complex reforms which avoid false promises. Latin America is one of the regions most affected by the current situation. So we must be able to adopt positions of principle which are in line with our concern for the full implementation of human rights and collective self-governance. However, such stances must be part of a broad plan of cooperation, wherein those countries who are better placed remain aware of the imbalance characterized by the planet in all spheres. We must provide stability to the world with a common voice. We cannot avert our eyes to what is happening in other countries and leave brotherly nations to their fate. Therefore, we are a country which represents solidarity and which stays true to our principles in Paraguay. We have always supported the kindred country of Venezuela and the people's fight for their democracy. In the Human Rights Council, Paraguay, along with other countries, is therefore leading a resolution which will allow for a continued in-depth investigation into violations of human rights in Venezuela. We must rebuild a moral awareness of the continued validity of human rights and democracy. The legal instruments and the institutions which we have created to protect these are of unquestionable value. However, the fundamental element when safeguarding people continues to be a consolidation of the concept of the overarching value of their dignity, inviolability, and autonomy. Today's difficult context requires that we tackle global problems together, with no exclusions. In this regard, my country underscores our support for the request of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to be a full member of the United Nations system. We are convinced of the valuable contribution that its participation would make to the multilateral system. I take this opportunity to express my solidarity following the earthquake which has recently hit the Taiwanese people and the various events following this in the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. Paraguay aligns itself with the great majority of countries advocating for peace, the rule of international law, and prevailing diplomacy. We are disquieted regarding the situation in Ukraine and the humanitarian consequences and the economic consequences of the conflict. We urgently call for a cessation of hostilities and a resumption of the negotiations. It is fundamental that our organization and the international community in general participate unreservedly in this process. Against this backdrop, we cannot but highlight the scrutiny of the Security Council's role in this delicate international context. There is an urgent need to rethink its functioning so as to steer it towards effective performance and to bolster the role of the General Assembly as a space to channel the voices of all states. Another area of importance in terms of cooperation is the health of the international financial system. We cannot continue talking about global initiatives to eradicate poverty and promote sustainable development when our economies are being contaminated by the flow of profits from illicit activities. Recently, Paraguay received pleasing news from the Financial Action Group of Latin America following their evaluation, thanks to the joint work of the modernization of our institutional structure to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. We are a country which is committed to cooperation, and we understand the importance of adopting preventative and punitive measures. This is a task which no state should neglect or waver from. The rule of law is a global objective which goes beyond political beliefs, and those who do not conceive of it in this way are jeopardizing community life. During my administration, Paraguay has coordinated the efforts of the security institutions as never before. We tasked them with the greatest operation in history to target organized crime. This success was due not only to our own state forces and their efforts, but also the coordinated work done with friendly agencies abroad, where we were able once again to attest to the importance of joining forces if we wish to achieve results against criminal groups. Moreover, in cooperation with intelligence agencies, we detected and raised the alert regarding the flight of an aeroplane and its crew who had been flagged with links to international terrorism. Another front for cooperation is the area of sustainable development. Paraguay, as part of the global food production machine, is making headway in transforming its production matrix, as well as the implementation of sustainable practices in crop and livestock production, and the provision of energy which is 100% clean and renewable. But for all of these efforts to be truly meaningful, we need those countries whose own characteristics shoulder them with the greatest responsibility to act accordingly. We are living on the same planet, and we are part of the obligation to protect nature, which falls to each state. Paraguay, therefore, along with other countries, has promoted the creation of a special rapporteur on climate change in the Human Rights Council. This will contribute to making the true impact of the crisis more visible at a global level. Paraguay's commitment is continually increasing. As well as being one of the 5 countries of the region which has achieved an increase in foreign direct investment during the pandemic, we have also doubled our private investment over the last 4 years. The firm Moody's improved our credit outlook a few months ago. And this is in line with the historic, prudent, and stable administration of our economy. We are part of the most important logistical and economic corridor in South America. Moreover, we are continuing to deploy an unprecedented infrastructure plan, which will allow for greater connectivity and market access. As you can see, despite the testing challenges we have faced, we enjoy conditions which allow us to look to the future with hope. Finally, I wish to lay out the vision of the Republic of Paraguay for the world. Above and beyond our legitimate differences, we have shared challenges which must compel us to remain united. My country is committed to this organization and hopes that its purposes will be achieved. As Pope Francis said, we are all in the same boat, and we are called to work together so that there will be no more walls that separate us. May God bless all our nations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellencies. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by congratulating Mr. Csaba Kőrösi for his election as the President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I also want to thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his determined and skillful leadership of the United Nations. You can both count on Finland's steadfast support for your important work during these exceptional times. As the topic of this session states, the challenges we are facing are interlocking. Russia is waging a brutal war in Ukraine. The ripple effects of that war are already far-reaching and severe. They are compounding the pre-existing problems faced by the international community. A triple crisis of energy, food security and finance is weighing especially heavily on vulnerable countries, countries that are already suffering the most from the climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. This truly is a watershed moment. As we gather here, we have an important opportunity to engage in dialogue and to find solutions, to understand the concerns of those most in need. As difficult as it may seem, now is the time to show global solidarity and strengthen multilateral cooperation. The international community can and should emerge stronger from these crises. Mr. President, Russia's cruel and unprovoked war on Ukraine has now been raging for 7 months. It has brought immense sorrow and destruction to the sovereign lands of Ukraine. Russia's use of force is in blatant violation of the Charter of the United Nations. It is an act of aggression as determined by this very assembly. Ukraine is exercising its inherent right to self-defense, and judging by the recent reports from the battlefields, it is doing that with admirable courage, strength, and efficiency. We, the international community, members of this General Assembly, might not always see eye to eye. We have our differing views, but it is our common obligation to uphold the international rules-based order. We can't accept, condone, or normalize grave violations of international law and human rights. A world where impunity prevails is unjust, unstable, and dangerous for all of us. There was a global food crisis even before the Russian invasion to Ukraine. More than 100 million people in the world were chronically hungry. The war further worsens this calamity. I would like to commend the UN Secretary General and the President of Turkey for their tireless efforts to reach an agreement to secure Ukrainian grain transports. If implemented as foreseen, it will have a major impact on the lives of tens of millions of people in need. In order to respond to the wider challenges of global food security, we need collective action. The goal must be sustainable, inclusive, and fair food systems. We also have to accelerate the implementation of other sustainable development goals. We can't afford to leave anybody behind. Last year in this hall, I noted that it is not an exaggeration to say that we are facing a global climate emergency. This summer has proven it. We have seen extreme drought and heat waves across the globe, from the Horn of Africa to Europe, from China to USA. The magnitude of the catastrophe caused by the floods in Pakistan is not yet fully visible, but the destruction is already tremendous. These are not isolated or local events. They are, once again, a reminder that climate change is an existential threat to the humankind. We are on the verge of very dangerous tipping points. This calls for urgent action on two fronts. First, we must change our course before it is too late. Second, we need to help those urgently suffering and support those with fewer resources to deal with this threat. Besides mitigating climate change, we must adapt to it. In particular, we must honor the commitment of doubling adaptation finance made at the COP26 in Glasgow. And I want to underline this. Fighting climate change and taking care of the economy are not contradicting each other. Green transition has a tremendous potential to create jobs, innovations, and economic growth, but it has to be done fairly. The alarming loss of the variety of life on our planet should also be a cause for grave concern to all of us. We are on the brink of mass extinction, or perhaps already there. Again, we need to change course urgently. We humans can only thrive and survive if we learn to coexist with all the other species. We need to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. To this end, the COP15 in Montreal in December will be essential. Mr. President, defending human dignity is a fundamental task of the UN. It's up to us, the member states, to live up to this task. Despite our failures, we have also accomplishments to build on. The UN Human Rights Council has shown determination. It has worked to ensure accountability for the horrendous acts against civilians in Ukraine and Syria. It has raised its voice in support of women and girls in Afghanistan. I want to thank those who supported Finland's membership of the Human Rights Council. As a member, Finland acts to bring justice to the victims of human rights violations. Finland remains a staunch supporter of the work of the International Criminal Court in investigating all grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. The number of conflicts in the world is the highest since the Second World War. 1/4 of humanity lives in conflict-affected countries. We must not ignore or forget Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, Yemen, and other countries where human rights or the conditions for living a decent life are under threat. Increasing geopolitical tensions, as well as the impacts of climate change and the pandemic, are making conflicts more complex and prolonged. Ordinary people bear the brunt. For the first time in its history, the UNDP's Human Development Index has declined for 2 consecutive years. We simply can't let this continue. In this turbulent world, those who stoke the flames of conflict bear a special responsibility. But we all must ask ourselves, have we done all we can to avert violence? Have we done what we can to make a positive change? Difficult times call for more diplomacy, not less. We must build and strengthen peace and prevent conflict wherever possible. That is the very core of the United Nations. We have to also be able to respond to emerging risks to peace and security, move from hindsight to foresight. The Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, provides us a blueprint for more effective multilateralism, paving a way to solutions to current and future global problems, strengthening peace. It really is our common agenda, and Finland wholeheartedly supports its implementation. In the current security environment, the international arms control architecture is increasingly challenged. On the one hand, political tensions erode the functioning of the existing architecture. On the other hand, new technologies create new risks. But we can't let arms control fail. On the contrary, it needs to be strengthened. For decades, arms control has provided stability and predictability into great power relationships and international relations. To quote Dag Hammarskjöld, disarmament is never the result only of the political situation. It is also partly instrumental in creating the political situation. The 2 biggest nuclear weapon states have a unique responsibility to advance nuclear arms control and disarmament. The others need to follow suit. It is in the interest of all of us that progress in nuclear arms control and disarmament continues beyond the New START treaty. We'll call on the United States and the Russian Federation to continue their dialogue on strategic stability with a view of achieving further cuts in their nuclear arsenals. Mr. President, the interlocking global challenges demonstrate that we, more than ever, we need a rebirthed commitment on multilateralism with the United Nations and its core. We must not become indifferent or apathetic in the face of these multiple crises. We must not get used to violations of international law and human rights, not close our eyes to the growing needs of the vulnerable, not sleepwalk into a climate and biodiversity catastrophe, nor should we lose sight on hope. There is still time to act.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ignacio Cassis, President of the Swiss Confederation, and to invite him to address the